Too loud, way too loud. I think that might be my headphones, though. Hey, everybody, welcome in. It's The Rant. I am Pugs Moran, live here from the Kelly Moore Memorial Studios in the beautiful, beautiful south suburbs of Chicago. South side, actually. Well, I mean, you look at it on a map. We're technically in Burbank, so if you look at the map, we're right there. It's south side of Chicago. What do you want from me? All right. God, why is everything... It's because I just did that with my headphones. All right. As long as everything sounds okay in the chat room, then we are okay to move forward with today's rant. Hi, Adam. Adam's in the chat room. Maddie's in the chat room. Peter's in the chat room. That's all I see right now on my side, and I know that can't be true. We do this show, The Rant, every day, Monday through Friday, around about noon. Try to get on about noon. Today, we had a couple of little issues that I had to deal with, so I apologize. Every day at noon, what we offer to you is opposition talk. Why? Because if you listen to talk radio in this country, this is not a joke. I've said this a lot. I've spent Groundhog's Day 1992 was my first day on the air in a major market on a talk show. Groundhog's Day 1992. So I've been working in talk radio a long time. If you look around the dial from coast to coast, it doesn't matter what city you're in. If you are being offered talk content, community talk, hey, let's all talk, that kind of thing. The backbone of our communities one time. Yeah, this is really what happened. People like to say, can you pinpoint the moment where everything started to get haywire? And, I always jokingly say November 2nd, 2016, which was the day the Chicago Cubs won the World Series. I say everything after that got weird. The upside down began when the Cubs won the World Series. Like 3 days later, Trump became president. Everything got weird after the Cubs won the World Series. But I don't think that might be a singular point we can stick a flag in and say that's when it happened. And that's what I'm going to go to my grave believing that. But in truth, we started to break down as a country when we moved away from local community talk. Daily discourse on the local level. There was a time in a city like Dallas or a city like Chicago where I am. I'll use these two as examples. There was a time when it was 24 hours a day on WBAP or KLIF or KRLD, local people who lived in your community, who understood your needs, your wants, your dreams, your aspirations, all of this. And then the rich people decided that they could make more money if they fired all of the people who worked in the community on the community-driven station and just replaced him with Rush Limbaugh. And just put Rush Limbaugh. Oh, people love Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh, Howard Stern. I'll be fair. The syndication model of conversation in this country removed the local aspect of it and turned it into a national narrative. And this was done deliberately at first to save money so that the people who owned radio and media companies could make more money. I go back to the very early days of syndication. The show that I was on, the morning show in Chicago, the Kevin Matthews show, we did syndication without satellites. We did it with like patches. You're patching into another station. It was crazy. So to that end, when you think about that, sorry, I just kicked the camera. So when you think about it like that, so Rush Limbaugh, and we'll use Rush because he is the format that stuck. The format of talk discourse that we hear on every talk radio station in every city in America is based on what Rush Limbaugh did. It's very right-wing. It is hyper-targeting white middle-aged men. I always joke that, all talk radio in America is for a white man in his 50s driving to the country club. All talk radio in America is targeting him. That's who they sell ads for. When they go and get advertisers, they don't say, hey, we got a little black kid in the worst part of town that's going to be listening. No. They go to the Lexus dealership and they say, hey, we've got a 56-year-old white man driving to the country club as our target demo. Well, Lexus pays for that because that dude can afford a Lexus. So that was sort of the idea. It wasn't about the initial concept of having community talk, where people from your community, in your community, talked and amplified the voices from inside your community. That went away. And it all became a much easier, controllable national message. And this is why I always say it confounds me that friends of mine in Texas and here in Chicago are all up in arms about either pick your player, Marjorie Taylor Greene or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They're all up in arms about these people and know everything about these people. And then you say to them, so who's your congressman? Oh, I don't even know who mine is. I'm not sure who my congressman, but I can tell you who the congressman is from the New York Second. That's all due to the national narrative that stripped us away from having our community roots, our community vibe, our community attitude. Things been nationalized. So we do this show every day because this kind of talk doesn't exist out there. It's not allowed to talk. I've been successful enough in radio in my career that people still call me from time to time and they're like, hey, would you be interested in doing this? And it's always some grotesque, far right-wing MAGA station. So I do this, and I started doing this about 4 or 5 years ago. We haven't had great success, but we are changing that. We have new attitudes. We have a new location. We have new helpers. We have new things in the hopper. So thank you to everybody. We've had some new people over the last couple of weeks, mostly from Blue Sky. I'm hitting Blue Sky hard, man. And I just want to say thank you so much to anybody from Blue Sky who is checking this out, because I think that you and I have a lot more in common than maybe those of us who are over on Twitter still. We moved to Blue Sky because it offered an alternative. Now, here's what I will say about Blue Sky, and you can follow me on Blue Sky, Pugs Moran. Here's what I would say about Blue Sky. Seems like there's about 20 of us. I don't know. Maybe it's not exactly like Twitter. It's enough like Twitter that you're like, oh, I can do this. But then you get into it and you're like, wait a second, there's got to be more to this, right? It seems like I see the same 15 posts. Anyway, we'll work that out. We'll figure it out. But new people in the chat room, please make yourself known. Just say hi. That's all you need to do is just say hi. I'd love to see it. It so fuels this effort of ours. And bring a friend. There you go. Bring a friend. Bring a friend. Numbers are up. It's been pretty encouraging, not on a grand scale, but on a better scale. The tips still aren't cut. Yeah, the tips are still a drudge. That's hard. This show does run on your gratuities, and every day we like to award the title of Executive Producer of the Day. Today, once again, it's Peter the Great. Guys, I'm still battling this terrible cold. I'm so sorry. It is... It's getting really hard for me to talk, but I'm still going to try and give you, 4 hours? What do we got weather-wise here in Chicago? 18 degrees currently. All right, that's not terrible. It was like 0 at 7 o'clock this morning. So 18 is good. Sun came out, warmed everything up. Blizzard possible in North Carolina and Virginia. All right, well, that's new. That's different. We got snow. We got snow coming. How about you guys over in Dallas? Oh, you fuckers. You guys got 56 degrees, man. 56 degrees and sunny. There's a cold weather advisory coming for you. Looks like cold weather advisory on Saturday. Yeah, it's gonna drop down to 40. You poor folks. My kid is still out of school in Plano. My kid is still out of school. He's just gonna get the whole week off because it was like below 30 for like one day on Monday, and now the whole Plano school district is canceled. It was supposed to be just Monday and Tuesday that he was canceled yesterday. He's canceled again today. Hold on, wait a second. I got to check this. Talked to him last night about it. I called him. I'm like, what's going on? Do you go to school anymore? And he goes, yeah. Hold on, let me see. Plano. I'll tell you everything we're getting into. We got a bunch of stuff to do today. Yeah, look at that. Oh, boy, there we go. Because I'm not sharing this. Every day I wake up and I look at this. What is this? Why? Plano ISD schools remain closed Thursday, January 26th. I just told you it's like 60 degrees. Why are you it's 56 degrees currently in Dallas. Why are you still closed? Certainly there are no frozen pipes or ice on the road at this point. It says, after continued assessment of facility, weather, and travel conditions, what the fuck are you people even talking about? It's 56 degrees. Thursday, let's see. School and facilities will remain closed on Thursday, January 29th, 2026. All district and campus activities are also canceled for Thursday. Our facility teams have worked extensively to prepare for reopening. Yeah, I think you have worked extensively to prepare for reopening. What is going on here, man? Again, I get taken back to my childhood where nothing. Oh, what was that? Wait, did you see this? You guys see this? I didn't know this. This is a big deal. Look at Plano Independent School District, home of the Scripps National Spelling Bee champion. Oh my God. Look at that. All right, that's cool. That's cool. You know what's look at him though. He's not Irish. I'll put it that way. He's not, he doesn't look German to me. I'll tell you why. This is a question. And look, on this show, we appreciate all people, right? You got to prove yourself to be an asshole before we dislike you, all right? So just follow me on this. It's always like an Indian or a Pakistani kid that dominates in the Scripps spelling bee. And I've got a real theory on it, and you might wrinkle your nose and go, but no, it's real, man. Here's why those kids are so good at spelling. Have you ever seen their names? Have you ever seen their names? An American kid, he's little Bobby. He's Bob Jones Jr., Bobjones. That's pretty easy. That kid, he masters that at like 4. These Indian and Pakistani kids, Rajanpul Managrapastop, it's crazy. That's why they're so good at spelling. They have just boots on the ground experience with spelling long before white kids with stupid short names do. Anyway, congratulations. That's pretty awesome. Byron's here, my boy Byron. Peter's here, my boy Peter. Tracy D. Oh my God, it's always good to see Tracy D. All right, guys, here's what we're going to get into today. We got a bunch of stuff we got to talk about. First and foremost, I didn't open my Google Drive. We got a new Alex Pretti video that we're going to watch and break down. Woo-hoo! That came out of left field yesterday for a lot of people, didn't it? Oh, the reaction's been really interesting. So we're going to play the video. We're going to break it down. We're going to watch it. And then we're going to talk about some of the things that we said and some of the things that we think now. And we're going to hash through all of this. And we're going to try and figure out if any of it matters at all. Okay. We'll do that. We also got Tom Homan. He's now, speaking of boots on the ground, he's now there in Minneapolis. He gave a little speech today. So maybe we'll touch on that. He didn't really say anything. Look, it depends on what you wanted him to say. You heard what you wanted him to say. If you were somebody on the left, you heard him say that there was going to be a drawdown or some sort of recalibration, if you will, in the words of Governor Steel Wheels Abbott. And if you were on the right, you heard him, he's going to be even tougher than Bovino. You heard what you wanted. He walked that tightrope pretty good. We're also going to talk about Nicki Minaj, ladies and gentlemen. Nicki Minaj. Let's go to the beach. Let's catch a wave. We're talking about Nicki Minaj. She's running game, dude. She's running game. I'm going to explain the game she's running, and we're also going to talk to our friend Maddie, because Maddie has some thoughts on Nicki Minaj. So we'll reach out to her today. We'll do a little back and forth with me and Maddie on Nicki Minaj. Also, Andrew Schulz. We've been sort of tracking these the last couple of weeks. These so-called right-leaning influencers. These guys that, all received invitations to the inauguration, and they're basically stand-up comics, but now they're much more successful as podcasters. So what are they? I don't know. Andrew Schulz, who I've always found entertaining as a stand-up, not one of the greats, but certainly one of the guys that you see from time to time, and you go, that guy's pretty funny. I like Andrew Schulz. Andrew Schulz, make no mistake. He went MAGA. He was one of the MAGA influencers. Well, he's had a change of heart, and we're going to listen to some of his rhetoric. Boy, my God, the tides are turning. All these MAGA influencers. Sean Ryan yesterday, people were like, he's not a MAGA influencer. I mean, yeah, he is. Yeah, stop it. Shut up. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. He might not be the most grotesque. He might not be in the Benny Johnson, league of despicable MAGA influencers or Nick Fuentes or people like that. But make no mistake, Sean Ryan, we talked about him yesterday. He put out this big, long tweet about how we the people, basically everything that I've been saying for the past 4 years while screaming at clouds to 15 people. Now all the most popular podcasters are taking my entire path and basically just presenting it to their millions of listeners like they invented it. And it's starting to piss me off. What is that path that we do here? It's a path that recognizes that 15% on the right are fucking nuts. They got red hats and closets full of Trump gear. We can never deal with them again. They've been kicked off airplanes. They've been arrested in Target parking lots. We're going to watch another one of these guys today. Yeah, we got video of one of these someone's always being an asshole at Target. So that's the right. Then we got the 15 on the left. They're just as bad. They're blowing up Tesla dealerships. They don't know what. Yeah, they think there's like 50 genders. 15 on the right, we can't deal with. They're gone forever. We just got to consider them, lost Americans. 15 on the left, they're gone. Same thing. That's us. 70. We're the 70 that's left in the middle. We can do business together. We're reasonable, normal people who haven't been radicalized by one side or the other. We are the objectors to all of this fucking groupthink that's going on, and we do it every day here. What's going on in the chat room? Oh, no. April is calling for the deportation of Nicki Minaj. This is a great story. There is real game being played here. I don't know. We'll have to decide, what do we think about Nicki? What's she doing? I don't know, man. I'll put it to you this way, and I'll explain how these two meet. Nicki Minaj and Brian Urlacher are doing the same thing. They're doing the same fucking thing, man. And I'll tell you about what's happening. They're playing a game, and they're getting what they want. So far. All right. Also, we got videos we're going to watch. We got all kinds of things that we're going to do today. You know how the show goes. It's supposed to be 2 hours. It'll probably be 4. I'll take a couple of piss breaks and we'll all have a good time. What are we going to do here? Let's see. What do we want to start with? Do I have anything that I want to start with? Is there anything stupid that I want to get involved in first? Something distracting? Something. What am I watching? I'm watching Mayor of Kingstown. You guys watching that? I finished the most recent season of Mayor of Kingstown, season 4. It's Jeremy Renner. He plays a guy who's not the mayor of Kingstown, but everybody calls him the mayor, even though there is a mayor who's politically elected. But even the politically elected mayor doesn't have the power that Jeremy Renner does. In the Mayor of Kingstown, it's about a prison town. It's a corporate prison town. They got 7 corporate prisons, and it's a bunch of bad people in this town. And Jeremy Renner is the fixer. He is the mayor of Kingstown. Anyway, it's really good. I finished the 4th season. It's another one of these Taylor Sheridan ones, but here's the thing. The Taylor Sheridan stuff has gotten really stupid. It's gotten template. There's like Landman. This last season of Landman was like, are you fucking kidding me? And we've seen this before. We saw the first couple of seasons of Yellowstone was really good, and then it went off the rails. Once it got really popular, he got a whole bunch of other projects and stopped paying attention and just whatever. Mayor of Kingstown is in the line of the second wave of shows that he put out there, the Tulsa Kings, stuff like that. Tulsa King is stupid. He's a King of Tulsa. What is that show? The Sylvester Stallone? That show's stupid. First season was mildly interesting, and then it's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense. I've been to Tulsa. That is not. Anyway, Mayor of Kingstown is different. It's in the Taylor Sheridan collection, but it's not written at all by Taylor Sheridan. I mean, I think maybe the first couple of episodes he had a hand in, but this is a guy by the name of Hugh Dillon's show. You know how I like to hip you to television creators, showrunners and stuff. I'm a big Sean Ryan fan. I used to be a big Ryan Murphy fan, but he went off the rails. Who else do I like? I like the guy who does Fargo. Can't remember that guy's name. Anyway, there's a bunch of truly terrific television showrunners and writers and creators out there. And I think Hugh Dillon is a new one. Hugh Dillon is the guy who basically has lived the story of Mayor of Kingstown. Hugh Dillon is the executive producer with Taylor Sheridan. Hugh Dillon writes almost every episode. And Hugh Dillon is one of the stars. If you watch the show, he plays Ian. Ian's the detective. He's a hard-boiled, bald, middle-aged, angry detective. That motherfucker writes the entire show. That dude is very talented. Mayor of Kingstown is, in my opinion, the best of the Taylor Sheridan shows, and it might have everything to do with the fact that Taylor Sheridan has very little to do with it. It's all Hugh Dillon. Hugh Dillon, who plays this uptight cop, this crooked, he's a crooked cop, but he's a good dude. He's crooked because the situation requires crookedness. The whole show, Mayor of Kingstown, is about crookedness and how it can be effective. And when it's not, we call it corruption. And when it works, it's a little crookedness. That's how we justify things rhetorically. Anyway, he plays this hard-boiled, middle-aged detective. And he's a good character. He writes himself a lot of really great and cool lines. Like it's an outside. You would think this would usually just be like a secondary supporting character, you know, the friend of the lead who's also a police. No, it's because he's the guy that writes it. He's like now like the star. He's like one of the main guys. Anyway, he's an awesome character. Detective Ian Ferguson, I think is his name. Anyway, in real life, the guy who plays this hard-boiled, crooked cop, in real life, he's a punk rock singer. He's like a singer in punk rock bands. I've pulled up the videos. I'm obsessed with this guy. Anyway, Hugh Dillon. What a dude. He's one of them dudes. He's one of them Chris Christopherson types. You know, where we're like, oh, really? You think you accomplish shit? Let's go through a list of accomplishments that Chris Christopherson is like that. Hugh Dillon is like that. True Renaissance men that do a little bit of everything. I love Mayor of Kingstown. Let's see here. Who do we have in the chat room? Anybody I need to say hello to? Let me go all the way back and then we'll get started. You know me, I like to get warmed up. I see Cece, I see Barney, I see Al, I see Peter, I see Peter, I see Peter. Peter's a lot in the chat room. We got Maddie. I know we saw Jen. All right, that's enough. Well, I want to make sure I shout outs anybody. Byron, of course, we saw Byron. We've got April. Don't ever take April for granted. Same can be said for Tracy. All right, thank you, folks. All right, I feel like I've checked in. I feel like I've done the romper room part of the show, you know, where she'd hold the mirror up and she'd say, I see, I see, I see. We all did that. Remember that as kids? If you're Gen X or even a millennial, you watched Romper Room because it was like one of only 5 shows that were targeting you. So you watched it. And then you had like Miss Sally. I think it was Miss Sally. But then, you know, there have been like, you know, 20 Romper Room teachers. Miss Sally, I think, was mine. And she'd hold the mirror up to the camera at the end. And then she'd just shout out random names because everybody had normal names back then. You know, you know what I mean? Now, suddenly everybody's got a weird name. Like, I'll give you an example. My son's name is Mason. Miss Sally never said, I see Mason. Never. She never said it. She said, I see Bob. I see John. I see Billy. I see Sally. I see Mary. You know, it's all the generic names. Hey, there you go. There you go. Look at that. That's another example of white privilege right there. Little Jamal or, you know, Jaquarius, he never got to hear Miss Sally say, I see Jaquarius. I see Sheboygan. I see Fond du Lac. That's right. If you're ever trying to come up with little names for black kids, just, you know, pull up a map of Wisconsin. All the names in Wisconsin sound like they could be really good little black girl names. Sheboygan being the best one. Tell me Kenosha doesn't sound. Kenosha Jackson, wide receiver on a LSU. Come on. Kenosha Jackson. Also, even Milwaukee, if you want to get that way. And then they throw one out for white chicks. Madison. Madison is the one they throw out for white chicks. But every city in with the exception of Green Bay, maybe, every city in Wisconsin can be a really cool name for somebody. Primarily black kids. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's go. Let's get into what we're talking about today. Tom Homan is in Minneapolis. As I said earlier, I don't have much more to say about this. I don't want to waste any time playing video. He got up. He made a speech. Tom Homan in Minneapolis is an admission that shit wasn't going right, even though, you know, the official line from the administration, the first little spoonful of sugar they tried to feed us was that everything is going great. And it's not. Bavino's gone. Noam has apparently been sidelined to some degree. Tom Homan, who, and again, I said this a couple of days ago, borders are not a real position. That is a media made up name for a guy. What he is he's an advisor. He's formerly Homeland Security and he did other things. So he's around as an advisor. And in order to distinguish him from other advisors like Stephen Miller, people like that, they give him a title of border czar because he's an advisor on Homeland and border things, but it's not a real position. Border czar ain't real. Just an advisor. Border czar doesn't have to go through Congress. Border czar doesn't have to be voted on or approved or anything like that. Border czar can't be impeached. So you see what I'm saying? So now we got a guy, he's in there. He's neither I don't know what his career was. He seems to be a bureaucrat, but he certainly has a border and Homeland Security background. But not like Bovino. Bovino was a fucking commander in the California Tijuana area. Right? He's like that guy. Homan's more of a bureaucrat, although he does have a gruff kind of take no bullshit, get things done kind of thing. But make no mistake, he came out today and admitted to the world that there were mistakes made. He didn't say it in so many words, but his very presence is proof of that contention. What he did say was that mistakes were made, which, as I said, if you are on the left or on the right, you can see Tom Homan's speech this morning as a vindication of your way of looking at things. But if you're normal like us in the 70%, what our takeaway is this is their way of admitting that they made mistakes and some things are going to change. So let's see what happens in the next 48, 72 hours. Let's see if there is some actual noticeable change in the way that these immigration raids are being performed. Because again, speaking for the 70% in the middle, nobody is against the idea of getting rid of people who should not be here, who also pose a threat to the community. Nobody is against that. What we are against is the concept that you're just going to round people up because you want to have numbers to spout on Fox News that night. That's what we've got a problem with, because the way you get those numbers to brag about on Fox News is by violating people's civil and constitutional rights, left and right. That is happening. That's why people are angry. Groups of militarized law enforcement from out of the community have been dropped in the community and are acting like jerks. That's the problem, long and short of it. We've got 2 deaths. Multiple people shot. Remember, like between the Ashley, is it Ashley or is it Renee? Is it Ashley Renee? I don't know. It's something weird, right? Ashley Good, should remember her name. It was like between her shooting and Alex Pretti shooting, where there was another one, right? There was a shootout, like some people, but maybe they were actual dangerous illegals. So maybe that's why we don't hear about that one. All right, so Tom Homan there in Minnesota. All right. Like I said, I got video here. We don't need to see him. Whatever. Hey, this is all we can do. Progress. We are looking for progress. The problem for us, the normal people, is that we feel helpless. We don't know what it is that we can do. So we look for things like this. We look for even the slightest, the most nuanced mea culpa that something may have gone wrong. We look for that because that tells us, okay, things are going to be different, because we didn't like the way things looked. Things looked really bad with fucking Bovino and his fucking Proud Boy haircut and his Nazi jacket. It didn't look good. The optics were bad. And one thing we know about all of us, whether you're crazy 15 right, crazy 15 left, or 70 in the middle, we are affected by the optics of things. Whether we choose to be more intellectual about what we're seeing or not, we are affected by the optics of things, which brings us to our next story, the new video concerning Alex Pretti. How about that for a transition? Fuck, I'm good. Alex Pretti is, of course, the young man, 37 years old. I call him a young man because 37 is a young man to me. Renee Good, thank you guys. Alex Pretti, we all saw what happened to him. We all saw the video. We all reacted to the video. We all have feelings in the aftermath of seeing the video. The video I'm speaking of is the one that we saw on Saturday of last week. I've seen about 6 minutes of that video. So I feel with that video, I have all the context I need to come to an opinion of what I saw in that video. A lot of us did. Some people went way too far. Some people saw that first video and decided that they were going to run with, well, we do this. We project things upon people. We make people something that they're truly not, but that doesn't diminish why they've come to our attention in the first place. The truth is that Alex Pretti wasn't just some ICU nurse who worked with veterans, and all of these vets who were his patients have come out and said, man, he was cool. He was so nice. He was so cool. He helped me with this. Those are all facts. Those are all things we know. Alex Pretti on the video, the one from Saturday that we saw, was not being confrontational. He was being the observer, what our First Amendment rights allow us to do, which is film the duties of law enforcement in our presence. They're in public and they're doing an operation. The First Amendment, and this has been debated a lot recently in courts, but it seems like the debate is over. You can film law enforcement. You can. It's protected under our First Amendment rights. It is all a part of the tyranny thing that seems to drive so many of our beliefs in these amendments. Tyranny is the reason. Obviously, when the First Amendment was out there, it wasn't about being able to videotape and record things. But, technology changes, which leads us to the Second Amendment. There is no way that they had ever imagined that the kind of weapons they were discussing in the Second Amendment were like the ones we have today. But the Constitution is a living, breathing document with amendments for that very reason. So let's not worry about those things now. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Alex Pretti, it turns out, was involved. Like, it wasn't. You notice how we don't get any. Well, there's so many things about the Alex Pretti killing on Saturday that we still don't have answers for. We are still completely ignoring the fact nobody is even asking the question how it started. Nobody. Why is nobody going that first shot? Can we talk about the first shot? Where did that come from? And was that aimed at him? Did that first shot hit him? Or was that first shot accidentally discharged from the officer who removed his gun? That's where the first shot came from. The guy, they shouted, gun, gun, gun. They pulled his gun, and the fool who pulled his gun somehow fired it. That caused the chain reaction that ended in Alex Pretti being dead. I don't give a shit if Alex Pretti did 5 years for rape. None of that changes what fucking happened on that video on Saturday. None of it. An intellectual observer of these facts could come to no other opinion. An emotional observer will lean into what they want to be true. The truth of Saturday's incident is codified. We know what that is. But we now have new information, don't we? Woo, man, I gotta tell you. I thought it was AI. I really did. I'm like, oh man, the right will stop it. Nothing. When I first saw the video, and I have to tell you, the video dropped, I don't know, within minutes of us ending the show yesterday. So I saw it while I was sitting here in the studio wrapping up the show, and I almost went live again. I almost went, oh, we got to do a special on this, a live stream. This thing just dropped, but I didn't. I should have, but I didn't. I had other things to do. Like get home and watch Mayor of Kingstown. So I saw the video, and we're going to watch it. We're going to break it down. As I said, my first reaction to it was, oh, this is AI. There is no way. Because even I have allowed myself to kind of start to lean into the idea that Alex Pretti was just walking down the street, getting involved as a citizen. He sees this happen in his community. He whips out his phone and he starts to record, and oh my God, now he's dead. That's what I was leaning into. That's what I was But again, not only did we ever ask any questions or discuss at this point at all about what the first shot was, which came from the gun of the inept cop who took it from Alex Pretti. Not only do we not talk about that, but we also don't talk about Alex Pretti before this incident. Like we don't know what was he doing there. Nobody said what was he doing there. They just let us all believe, and again, this is what I believe, that he's just a member of the community who heard the whistles and he came out. The new video proves that that's not the case, that he was actively involved in the defense of his neighborhood. That's what he was doing. That changes nothing about the way he died. Changes nothing about it. I'm sorry. So let's watch the video. Let's break down the new video. This is new Alex Pretti video. You've all seen it by now. It came from a group called News Movement. They're an independent, well, they're on the map now. I mean, they were an unknown independent news gathering organization, and they are on the map now. News Movement was there filming the protests or whatever the hell it was. And they got a call, or that they didn't get a call. They heard on the scanner that there was an incident involving ICE at this intersection. So News Movement ran down there with their cameras and began filming. What News Movement found, by the way, this was broken by the BBC. You think I'm kidding? You think I'm fucking kidding? When I tell you, you gotta not watch Fox News, CNN, or MSNBC if you're trying to de-radicalize yourself. If you want to still get news, if you want to get American news, because they fucking love us right now, you gotta watch Sky or BBC, because these people are just like us. They're just like us. They binge watch TV shows. They eat too much. They sit in drive-thrus. They're just like us. The difference is they're not MAGA or libtard over there. I don't give a fuck about that shit. So when they cover a story in America, none of that nonsense matters at all. They just cover the story for their people. And I have to tell you, it's the best coverage of these times in America that you can find anywhere. Now, granted, you gotta sift through a bunch of bullshit English stuff. Today in Parliament, I don't care. I don't care about the water plans for Wales, right? But their American coverage, their coverage of the American situation, and specifically Minneapolis, has been spectacular. It's always spectacular. I've been telling you this for years. You got to get the unbullshit perspective on what's happening to be able to have the information without all the nonsense, and then you think about it. And then you go, here's what I think, because I was just fed truth and not absolute bullshit from either Jesse Waters or Abby Phillips or whoever it is that you're turning to for your news. They all have agendas. England doesn't. So this actually broke on the BBC. And I have to wonder, why did this break on the BBC? The BBC is a great, terrific world news gathering organization, but these people at News Movement, I don't think that they went to the BBC first. I bet you this video was presented to a number and they didn't cover it. I bet you CNN was offered this and they didn't cover it. I bet you MS Now was offered this and they didn't cover it. You would think Fox News would. So maybe they weren't offered it. But the BBC did. The BBC got it. The BBC put it out. And now we have more context regarding who Alex Pretti was. So let's watch this video. Again, this comes to us. It was a BBC broadcast. Video footage shot by News Movement. This is new Alex Pretti video. And by the way, it's him. It's him. Ain't nobody saying it's not him. So let's watch. Here you go. This was 11 days before he was shot and killed. Let's just watch.
This is a moment the News Movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Pretti interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36th and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground. During the altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. They continued to hold the man down before they retreat, and he walks away. The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Pretti was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband. Here, he continues to stand at the scene. On the day he was killed, the Department of Homeland Security claims Pretti, a 37-year-old ICU nurse, approached officers holding a handgun. That claim has been contradicted by analysis of bystander videos from multiple news investigations, which concluded that Pretti was holding a phone, not a gun, when he was pinned to the street. Shortly after the altercation we filmed here on January 13th, federal agents drove away. Soon after that, we left the scene.
All right, there you have it. We'll investigate that a little bit more in a couple of minutes, but I just thought it was important for us to all just watch it together. That's the new video. There is something interesting, though, that does strike me about any scene. Low battery. Hold on, guys. Apparently, is my battery not plugged in? It's plugged in. Hold on, guys. Hold on. We got an issue. Oh, geez. Ay, ay, ay. All right. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, I plugged in. I did everything normal. I just forgot a piece. There was a piece of cord that was missing. It was in my bag, and I had to go get it. You know, I don't need to explain it to you. The computer has a cord, and there's like a little block, and then the block. The block was, I forgot the block in the bag. All right. So anyway, let's get back into it. Where were we? We were talking about the new Pretti video. Oh, yeah. here's something apropos of probably a whole lot. I kind of know why the right doesn't support Black Lives Matter protests. Like, I think we all know without having to say the quiet part out loud. I think we understand why there is a fairly large resistance from people who aren't affected by the Black Lives movement at all to be completely anti-Black Lives Matter. I think we know what that is, and that's out there. So I get that. I get why, when the Michael Floyd thing happens and people see the visuals, because as I said earlier, we are all affected subliminally by optics. Some of us try to fight it, but we can't help what we see, and that makes us think things. So I understand when you see the George Floyd or Michael Brown or any of these protests, I get why, certain people online are like, God, these people, a bunch of looters and rioters, they're not protesting. Like, I get that. But I keep seeing this video of Minnesota, and I'm very familiar with Minnesota. Most people in this area are. Minnesota is not a far drive from where I grew up. I keep seeing these videos, and I'm like, oh my God, they won't support these people either. Holy crap. So it's starting to look to me like the rank and file opinion where every protester is awful, right? We just don't like the idea of speaking truth to power. I think that's what the narrative is. It's not about, I'm a white guy from Iowa and I don't like seeing these black people in Baltimore protest or what, I get that. But I'm a white guy in Iowa and fuck these good all-American Midwestern fucking Minnesotans. So obviously it's not about the individual protesting. It's about the protest. There are just people in this country who cannot help but be bootlickers. That's it. They don't like complaining to the government publicly in a communal way in any way, shape, or form. And that's, I think, where we are. And that is a breakthrough, folks, because again, I thought it had everything to do with race, but it doesn't. It's got nothing to do with race. It's got to do with the concept that we should all just bend over and fucking take it from our government. Alex Pretti is not one of those guys. We just watched that video. Alex Pretti is a warrior on the front line. Alex Pretti kicked out that fucking taillight. Alex Pretti, in no uncertain terms, told these people to get the fuck out of his neighborhood. He's not the first person we've seen with this kind of emotional volatility when it comes to the federal agents dropped in his neighborhood. We see it in every video that we watched. We watched like a 75-year-old man. Remember that guy the other day? He's like, get the fuck out! And he's kicking shit. We see old ladies. I mean, these are the people who are being tested. I talk about how blessed we are to have grown up, us, especially Gen X, man. We got it easy. We didn't have the Civil War. We didn't have the Depression. We didn't have World War II. We didn't have World War I. We didn't have we didn't have Vietnam. That generation, the Vietnam generation, like, you know how many of their fucking young men got drafted? Drafted, not their let's volunteer. No, drafted. Do you know how many men from the Vietnam generation have been fucking destroyed by the shit that they had to step up to in their generation? We haven't. We haven't. And that's how we find ourselves here. Because we really haven't been tested, we are pretty soft. We take things for granted. We're just like, it's pretty good for me right now. Why can't they just shut up? We're soft. We haven't been tested. We've never had, look, we didn't wake up and hear news that Philadelphia was bombed by the fucking Brazilians. We don't have those kinds of tests in our life. Other people do. Look at the people in Yugoslavia. I got a friend from Yugoslavia. I haven't been friends with them in like 15, 20 years, but I have a friend from Yugoslavia. Let's just go with that. People don't need to know the backstory of why we're not friends anymore. This dude grew up in Yugoslavia. He was totally normal. Totally fucking normal. He raced BMX as a teenager in Yugoslavia in the 1990s. And like now, just look at what his neighborhood is probably like now. I mean, look, we haven't been tested is my point. So maybe this is the moment where we're tested the first time in our lifetime that the federal government is doing shit to neighborhoods that the people in the neighborhoods don't like. And they're being tested and they're standing up and they're fucking pissed. That video that we just watched of Alex Pretti, he's fucking pissed. All it does for me is change the whole context of what I've created surrounding Alex Pretti. What happened on Saturday doesn't change at all. In my what pisses me off, what's got me so angry is what happened Saturday. Put it in a vacuum. Because it should be in a vacuum. Because nothing else matters except there was an immense fuck up between federal agents and a civilian. A mouthy, loud civilian who was using his First Amendment right to say, get your fucking jackbooted asses off my streets. But then again, there's that group of people that I told you about who are just like, just let them do what they want to do. God, why are you complaining? Wait till they come for your guns. This is what I keep telling you people. Wait till they come for your guns because they have been crying chicken little with that bullshit. The right has kept you voting against your best interests almost on a singular issue. They're coming for your guns. They never came for your fucking guns. Not even close. Not even close. But they got you all ratcheted up for that. At least you're prepared for what comes next, because I promise you, the velvet glove of the fucking feckless Democratic Party is probably coming off. It's probably coming off. And you people with your nonsense, your people who allowed all of this nonsense to go on, you are the reason that this country is going to swing hard left. And I'm a guy in the center. I don't know that I like it, but it's coming. You better fucking believe it is. The Republicans are most freaked out about two voting groups in this country, and they are severely underwater. That is Latino Americans and Gen Z Americans. Gen Zs are going to fucking kill you. They are going to kill you, Republicans. And a lot of them know it. Alex Pretti was not the guy who was just walking to the donut shop to get his morning donuts and coffee when he witnessed this horrible brutality being perpetrated against his fellow citizens and felt compelled to get himself involved. And he ended up dead for it. That's not the narrative anymore. That's not my narrative anymore. I'm sorry. If you guys still want to cling to that narrative and that's how you think of it, no. Here's my new narrative for Alex Pretti. He was a fucking badass. He was a fucking badass who, when it was tested, he made it completely clear to these motherfuckers, get the fuck out of my neighborhood. You people are all reacting to a broken taillight. The man is dead. He broke a taillight 11 days earlier. He's fucking dead. He's dead. Which is the bigger mistake? The guy who was so pissed off sticking up for his neighborhood that he kicked and broke a taillight on a federal occupation vehicle, or the federal thugs who put fucking 4 bullets into him, or how many it was, I don't know. We don't have those answers either. Seems to be a very big state secret about what the actual events were. What gun was fired first? How many times was he shot? They're not telling us any of this shit, and I don't know why. I'm telling you, the whole narrative about the cop who took the gun from him and then it went off accidentally, it is right there in the video. It is clear as day. When you only listen to the audio, you hear that there is an obvious discrepancy between the first shot and then the hail of bullets that follow. The hail of bullets were a reaction to the accidental first shot, and not a single goddamn person in media is talking about that. Why? Well, because that explains it. And you can't do, I'm right, you're wrong, when something is explained. I mean, that's all I come up with. I worked in media, major market American media. I worked in newsrooms. I worked in big newsrooms. Going all the way back to not just 92, my first time on the air, but going all the way back to 1990. Started out in shadow news, high atop the fucking John Hancock Center. I worked in major newsrooms. I trusted the media. I was one of these guys who, for the past 10 years, when people were like, well, the media is all crooked, I was like, no, it's not. It's not crooked. Individuals have individual agendas, but it's not this monolithic broken system. Well, I'm different now. I don't think that anymore. I have seen way too many examples of news stories being purposefully manipulated in order to make them bigger and larger and longer and more sensational. They're doing it all the time. I have no other explanation as to why nobody is talking about the order of shots, who shot what. I have no idea other than, well, that would explain shit. You'd have to move on to another story. And what's the other story? Epstein? We're so bored with Epstein. He won. He won on that, and it only took 2 dead civilians to get us to stop talking about Epstein, but he won. That ship has sailed. It's whatever. He got away with it. He got away with it. All right, let's check in. Let's check in on the chat room. Let's see some of the things that you folks are. April's got a mom that's sick. All right, April. Best thoughts for your mom. Send me a private. Let me know what's going on. If there's no Adam, if there's anything I can do, that's a programmed reflex. I talk about how we're all programmed. That's a programmed reflex. April, let me know if there's anything I can do. Nothing I can do. What can I do? I hope your mom's well. I can put good energy out and good thoughts. Let's see. Peter. Hold on, wait, something going on with Peter. Peter broke his ankle on a very thin spot of ice years ago. Fuck off, Peter. No, don't fuck off, Peter. Peter is executive producer. Sorry, Peter. Let's see here. People just clamoring for the deportation of Nicki Minaj. Okay. Georgia getting involved. Hi, Georgia. I love the people who I'm meeting now. Georgia says, if she breaks a law, I think we're talking about Nicki Minaj. Says, if she breaks a law, she's fair game for deportation. This according to this administration. Yeah, we're going to get into it. Nicki's running a game, guys. Nicki's got a game. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is. It's clear as fucking day. Tell you this, though, it does require going deep into Nicki Minaj's past, and oh my God, is that a dark and freaky place. Let's go to the beach, let's catch a wave. I love that song. I think Nicki Minaj bangs, man. I'm sorry. I think she's good. I don't care. Separate the art from the artist, folks. If you can't separate the art from the artist, you'll never be able to watch Casino again. That's right. The best example I can come up with. James Woods is a despicable human being, but he is a good actor, and he is so good in Casino, man. If you can't separate the actor from the fucking bullshit tweets, then, you're just setting yourself up to be disappointed in life. Don't be that. Don't be that. Make better choices. Make choices that feed your soul. All right, let's see here. What else do we got? The original news. Oh, how about this? So apparently we got ice moving into Texas, and I don't mean the weather kind. I mean the ice is coming. And why wouldn't they? Texas is home to more illegals than any other state in America, certainly far more than Minnesota. But, you know, Texas, you know, right there on the border, they got a lot of illegals. And Texas has been kind of handed a pass so far. They're not really doing the kicking indoors and, you know, rolling through neighborhoods. And you don't want to piss off the folks at Oak Cliff, I'll tell you, or Oak Lawn for that matter. Those people, they'll be out there in their dresses and they'll turn it into a whole swing party. All right, check this out, though. This comes to us from Texas.
My property right there. I'm telling you now. Get the fuck out of my property.
So here's how a Texan is dealing with ICE. And I love to see it. ICE apparently pulled up on this guy's property and we're doing something. And the homeowner came out. And I'm telling you, this makes my heart swell to see a Texan handling federal oppression in this way.
Fuck out of this motherfucker now.
Hey, don't be coming up on me. Stay right there.
My property
right there.
I'm telling you now. Get the fuck out of my property. You're violating my fucking amendment. Get the fuck out of my fucking house. I'm not fucking with you. Both of you, all three of you. Get
it's good. Yeah, it's good.
Get the fuck out of my property now. Now.
No, we're just looking for someone.
No, that's fine. Get the fuck out of my fucking house. All of y'all. You too. Now.
You better back up.
I better not do shit. You're my fucking property. What the fuck you gonna do? You gonna
Back up.
Look at that. This gotta be, that's snow. There's snow all this. Gotta be just within the last 48 hours.
Get the fuck out of my property. Get the fuck out of my property. I will get the fuck out of my property. Get the fuck out now. Now. Get the fuck out of my fucking property. Back the fuck up.
You're pushing on board.
I don't give a fuck about it. Rami, let me the fuck go now.
Oh, come on, man. If that doesn't make your heart swell as a patriot, seeing people stand up to the fucking redcoats like that, oh, man, is that amazing. Texas ain't going to let you down. They start pulling this shit in Texas. I'm telling you, you will see. They won't pull it in Texas because they know how volatile the election is going to be down there. So they won't do anything terrible that's going to turn Texas into something that gets a spotlight on it. But, man, that's great to see. Good for that dude. Good for that dude. Don't fucking, you get off my property. What the fuck you think you're doing? You ain't, get the fuck out of here. You ain't. Don't treat your local cops that way. I mean, well, unless, I guess there's YouTube videos that'll show that there's plenty of people who tell their local cops. What I'm saying is be sure and make a distinction with attitude. Make a distinction between the federal troops who are just showing up and your local police. Because at least in Minneapolis, the local police there feel like their hands are tied, they're overwhelmed, and they're fucking angry. Not at their mayor or at their police chief, at the fucking federal troops. Cops, man, support your own cops, not these guys who are coming in and usurping their power. Support your own cops. As hard as that might seem, right? Because it's like when in the best of times, some people, we don't like to see our local cops. In the best of times, we see them on the side of the road and we hit the brakes and we're like, oh, fuck, leave me alone, leave me alone. In the best of times, a cop comes to your front door and you're like, oh, what is this now? Your local cops, though. But just make sure that these are different times and you need to look at these things differently, okay? Your local cops are just as upset about this intrusion into their jurisdiction as you are. So don't blame them. Unless there's a reason to blame them. Like, I'm not saying that it's not a monolith. It's not like all that. There are probably some fucking shit-heel cops who are like, nah, man, I'm glad I'll sit in my car. But for the most part, as far as jurisdictional sort of, irritation goes, they're stepping on toes and people don't like that. All right, let's see here. Yeah, you know what? Okay. We'll do the Nicki Minaj thing now. Why not? Right. That seems like a fun story from today. I'm going to have to talk to, we're going to talk to Maddie about this here, but let me hold on. Nope. Let me get out of here. Sorry. All right. So I'm going to get that ready, and I'll call Maddie when we need to. Oh, did you hear that? That's awful. All right, so Nicki Minaj made the news yesterday. Nicki Minaj, hey, I'll say this about Nicki Minaj. In the MAGA universe, now I'm thinking this through. In the MAGA universe, which is only for the sycophants, only for the ones that are like, oh, you're the best dear leader, the sycophants. Nicki Minaj is by far the biggest star Trump has. By far the biggest star. Nicki Minaj, I'm sorry. I know a lot of you think that Kid Rock is relevant. Nicki Minaj is like 100 times bigger than Kid Rock, okay? It's maybe hard for you to understand that, but it's true. Nicki Minaj is bigger than Scott Baio. Nicki Minaj is bigger than James Woods. Nicki Minaj is big. And the reason I say the sycophants is because Stallone, right? Wasn't he kind of MAGA adjacent? He's not really a sycophant, though. I haven't seen that. Mel Gibson might be. Mel Gibson might be second to Nicki Minaj, but even Mel Gibson isn't as big as Nicki Minaj. Pop stars are always bigger than movie stars. Music travels faster to all corners of the globe than films do. That's just how it is. You get a movie star that's married to a pop star, it's the pop star who's got all the money. They make the best money. They're like the NBA players of non-athlete celebrities. NBA players make a lot of money. All right, let's see here. It says here, oh, look at this. We got some breaking news on Nicki Minaj. Hold on. Our friend User, you're just going to be User from now on. Or no, I guess we could call him no. Nicki Minaj has deactivated her Instagram after losing over 10 million followers following her appearing at Turning Point USA with Eric Kirk. Well, she did more than that. That was a couple weeks ago. That was the first big declaration of Nicki Minaj's unwavering support for Donald Trump. But then yesterday, there was a whole ceremony, and I don't know what it was. Was this also a part of Turning Point event? I don't think it was. I think it was just Nicki Minaj is in town. Let me show off my new celebrity friend. I don't know. Was that it? It might have been that. Did she present him with the Hip Hop Peace Prize or something like that? Why was she there? I don't know. Okay, User, we got you. Your User's like, posting all the shit we're going to talk about here. Hold on. We're going to get to it. First, let's watch Nicki. This was Nicki Minaj last night. She was with Trump. I got video here, so why not watch it? Here's what she had to say, and, some people are upset, I suppose. Let's watch Nicki Minaj. She's playing a game. I'm going to tell you what that game is. First of all, what is going on with her ass? This is, this will never not be okay with, this will never be okay with me. No, this will never not. Here's my thing. I'm a Gen X heterosexual straight male. I like a nice tight little ass and a pair of designer jeans. When did that go out of style? When did a nice fucking perfect ass? I know when it went out of style. J-Lo fucked it up for everybody. All of a sudden now it's like the idea of like female hotness has to come with a giant fat butt. It's a black guy thing. Black guys like big fat butts, but it was never something that had crossed over to white guys. White guys always still like, tight little butts. Now everybody's got a big giant butt. Point is this. It started with J-Lo. J-Lo did this. J-Lo was so inarguably gorgeous from the waistline up. When J-Lo popped, we're talking mid-90s. When she popped, she was so absurdly beautiful. Her face and, great upper and all of that. And then you got to the bottom and it was like, what the fuck? Because she was a dancer. She had giant dancer legs and giant dancer glutes and giant dancer ass. And everybody kind of went, well, we're going to overlook that because my God, is she beautiful. She normalized the idea of the big giant butt. And now everybody's got a big giant butt. We used to call that a fat ass back in the 90s. Now we used to call it a fat butt back in the 80s. Now it's fucking Nicki Minaj. Look at the size of her ass, man. People are getting ass implants because they can't get enough fat and cellulite down there. I'm the old man in the front yard screaming to get off my lawn. Except in my case, I'm screaming about asses, which will probably get me arrested. The neighbors don't need that. All right, let's go back to Nicki. Here she is with her big giant butt. Other than that, I think she's kind of hot. I know, right? She's like very extreme in her look, but it's not, I'm like, Or wait, maybe not. Can I tell you something? Here's my problem as a middle-aged white man. I like sometimes really confuse Nicki Minaj and Cardi B, right? Like I know that we're talking about Nicki Minaj and I know that this is Nicki Minaj. But when I reach back into my head for like little fun facts about these people, it always gets glommed up. And it turns out they hate each other. Yeah, I learned that last night. Cardi B and Nicki Minaj hate each other. And what sucks about this is I think I like Nicki Minaj's music better, but I think I like Cardi B better. Isn't Cardi B the one that's married to that other person who's in hip hop and they're like really funny together? Like they make videos where they just fuck with each other. I don't know, whatever. I think I like Cardi B. Let's watch Nicki. Here's Nicki Minaj.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan.
Look at him. Look at him. He loves when the celebrities say nice things. He doesn't know her from nothing. He doesn't know who she is. He can't name a Nicki Minaj song, but he knows she's famous. He knows she gets good ratings. And so she's saying nice things and he's happy. By the way, what the fuck is this heathen? Look at this guy, Kevin O'Leary. I posted the other day. What the fuck? Why does Kevin O'Leary have such access now to everything? He's on the Shark Tank, for fuck's sake. And by the way, it needs to be pointed out, this is another example of how we as normal people are basically broken in this country. You realize that Kevin O'Leary is a super rich guy. I don't know if he's a billionaire, but he was a super rich guy. And he was cast on Shark Tank because he created a character, Mr. Wonderful, who was an absolute piece of shit jerk. Every single negative characteristic that the wealthy Mr. Monopoly embodies, this guy created that character. And now he's doing that character like he's not breaking from it. So he probably is an asshole in real life. But here's where I absolutely lose my shit. We're not supposed to like him, people. We're not supposed to like him. He's the heel on Shark Tank. He's the asshole on Shark Tank. You're not supposed to like him. And I got people out here who think he's incredible. Oh, he's the best. He says terrible things from a point of view that is fucking objectionable. What do you mean? He's purposely playing a bad guy, and you're like, yeah, I like him. Fucking Kevin O'Leary. I have no idea how he's employed by Disney. This guy is terrible. And again, just a fucking also ran businessman. You know how many fancy, successful, wealthy businessmen there are out there that we don't know? We know him because he got cast on a fucking TV show. Other than that, he's just a random rich guy. And holy shit, have some of you embraced him? Kevin O'Leary is a ghoul. All right, let's go back to Nicki Minaj.
And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him. Amen.
She doesn't know what she's doing. She's a prop. All right, there you have it. There you go. Should I go? Should I go? Nicki Minaj singing the praises of Fearless Leader yesterday. All right, let me tell you what's going on with Nicki Minaj. First of all, what I find so fascinating about this, and there are just so many inconsistencies from these people. And I guess we can file this in the same category where I've got how is the leader of the racist Proud Boys Mexican? How is Nick Fuentes, America's most high-profile white supremacist, Mexican? How, these things, how do we just accept them? So here's another thing we're just going to accept now. Trump is really good friends with Nicki Minaj. They're buddies now. And why not? She is two of the things that Trump pretends to hate, but actually seems to really dig quite a bit. That's an immigrant to this country who hangs out with sex offenders. That's who Nicki Minaj is. And she is playing a game, people. Let me tell you a little bit about Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj is, without question, one of the most successful female hip-hop artists of all time. Nicki Minaj is also an illegal immigrant to this country. She was smuggled into this country from Trinidad and Tobago by her mother, who was attending Queens College in New York. She spent most of her life in this country as an illegal, hiding from all of that stuff. At least, in the view of Trump and this administration, she should have been rounded up and thrown out a long time ago. But she's not, because she's famous and she's saying she loves Trump, so all good. Now, let's talk about why she came here. She came here because her mother had left her father in Trinidad and Tobago. Her mother had left her father because her father was an alcoholic crackhead who sexually molested Nicki and beat her mother. That's Nicki's dad, okay? It's Nicki's dad. So she was rescued from that situation and she was brought to America and she was living with her mother who was going to Queens College. Her mother at this point had met another man. Her mother was now getting married to that man. So look at that instant family with the little illegal baby, Nicki Minaj. So that's Nicki Minaj's parents. Her dad. An absolute piece of shit. By the way, her dad is dead now. Her dad was killed in a hit and run, and people believe that there was some fucked up shit that he was involved in, but whatever, we're not asking questions. We do know the other stuff. Sex, crackhead, all of that. So that's Nicki's dad. Nicki's husband is a registered sex offender, a convicted rapist. She is married to a convicted rapist. She's got her father and she's got the man she is married to. And we only found out about this because a couple of years back, her and her husband had to move to California and he violated the rules of his registered sex offender status. And it became a bit of a news story that, oh my God, Nicki Minaj is married to a rapist. Now the reason for this little game that she's playing with President Trump and why I said earlier, this is the same thing that Brian Urlacher is doing. Why is she seemingly against her best interests? Because her fans are certainly not MAGA. Why is she doing what she's doing now? Because in addition to all that stuff that I just told you about Nicki Minaj and her background, and God love her, man, she has risen above it. I mean, she chose to marry a rapist. That's strange. But whatever her circumstances, my God, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, right? As I said, one of the most successful female hip-hop artists in history from that background that I just told you. Dad, piece of shit, married to a rapist. Now she's got her brother. Her brother, Nicki Minaj's brother. Nicki Minaj's brother, who she loves dearly, is currently serving 25 to life in a New York State prison for child rape. Nicki Minaj's dad, Nicki Minaj's brother. Nicki's married to a registered sex offender. Nicki's brother raped his 11-year-old stepdaughter repeatedly over a long period of time. He was convicted in 2017, maybe 2018, Nicki Minaj's brother. Sentenced to prison in New York State, 25 to life. Do you see the game that Nicki's playing now? Do you understand why she's doing what she's doing? Remember, her brother, the guy who, over a period of years, in some instances, they said, systematically raped an 11-year-old girl, his stepdaughter, and one of Nicki's favorite people on earth. I think Nicki knows what she's looking at in this president. It's a very sort of transactional situation. The one thing that she's got that he is interested in is her star power. Because honestly, like I said, Trump knows what Scott Baio is, okay? Trump knows what Kevin Sorbo is. He also knows what Nicki Minaj is. So, oh my God, Nicki Minaj is saying these nice things. This is so great. Nicki's fishing for a pardon for her brother, who is doing 25 to life in a New York prison for the systematic raping of an 11-year-old child. That's what this is about. Same with Brian Urlacher. Brian Urlacher in 2016, he said all kinds of like nice stuff about Trump, and he's going to the White House and all of this stuff. And, you know, a lot of us were like, what the hell is going on? Then, you know, the pardons come around, and look, old Casey Urlacher, Brian's brother, just received a pardon from President Trump. Well played, 54. Well played. That's what Nicki's doing. That's what Nicki's doing. All right, so I just laid down all of that shit for you. Let's talk to Maddie. Let's check in with her. I hope she's available and I didn't lose her, but okay, here we go. See if Maddie picks up. Maddie's got some Nicki Minaj thoughts. While we're waiting to hear from her, hold on. It's not ringing. Huh. Phone's not ringing. That all of a sudden my phone doesn't work. Yeah, well, you know, maybe it's time for a new phone. Let's try it again. Oh, I get it. Hold on. Are you there? Hello? Hello, are you there? All right. Hold on, guys. Okay. All right, are you there?
Yes.
There you are. Okay, I'm sorry. Because of the issue that we were having with the echo earlier with video, I had to make some changes, and one of the changes was I silenced the phones. All right, Maddie joins us here. Maddie joins us a couple of times a week whenever there's an issue that she wants to get into. We call it What's on Maddie's Mind. Maddie, the subject is, of course, Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj.
So you just heard my rant. Go, take it.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. I definitely think there's some quid pro quo going on here. Also, a user pointed out very, very pointedly that we discussed the fact that she was not a legal citizen. She had a green card, probably well outstayed her green card status. She's always been a Trinidad and Tobago citizen and proudly used to say that she would never change that. Now, all of a sudden, she's been given, not purchase. Somebody said in the chat earlier, didn't she buy a gold card? She did not buy a gold
Hold
card.
on. So let's explain what the gold card is for people who don't know. Trump is offering for $1 million, if you are an illegal immigrant and can pay Trump $1 million, you can have a gold card, which just is basically I don't know, like a speed pass for an airline. You don't have to go through all the hoops or anything that other people who don't have $1 million have to go through in order to reach the American dream. It's another con. It's another scam. And Nicki Minaj was apparently given a gold card yesterday, free of charge.
Yep, free of charge. But I do find that particular video interesting. Like, tell me if you think I'm wrong here, but I think she was completely unprepared to get up there and say the first word. I think she might have been invited there just to be present, maybe to shake his hand or something, just to kind of be there, you know, hanging around, and then very surprisingly got called up there and hand in hand by Trump. I don't think she was ready to talk.
Well, if you're suggesting that the idea was that she was just supposed to show up and meet with the president and then they decided for their own aggrandizement to exploit her, yeah, probably. She probably didn't think she was going up on stage to make some address or declaration of fealty to the great pumpkin, like we always see from the secretary members.
Yeah, like I think that little lean-in moment where he gets into her ear was like, "Would you please say a few words?" I don't
say something nice about me.
I don't think she was ready to talk.
Say something nice about me.
Yeah, hey, say a few things. And of course, like, I mean, in that moment, what else was she going to say? Like, he's my hero. But yeah, no, arguably, all of those things are correct. She is married to a guy who's a registered sex offender. He violated that court. I didn't know the stuff about the brother. That's interesting news. Now, if I could, I do have a direct experience with Miss Minaj.
Let me hear it.
So, okay. After I moved back from Dallas to home in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that would have been around 2011 to 2013 timeframe, I worked at the Baton Rouge River Center, which is, like the big, like, convention center, but concert venue, stuff like that. And the year that Nicki Minaj was on American Idol on tour, when they were doing their audition stuff, not the performance tour that happens afterwards, did a weekend at the River Center. And I was like one of the coordinators that would get all the green rooms ready and all that stuff, like kind of like the, project management, if you will. And by the time they had made their way to Baton Rouge, this was well established that her and Mariah Carey were having beef. They did not like each other. And it was, on the air. Everybody was seeing this stuff. So we, as the staff, we were given the floor plan. Here's where this needs to go, what have you. And we had a huge green room where Mariah, Randy Jackson, Keith Urban, they all hung out in this green room. I went in there multiple times. Truly, I would have thought that Mariah Carey would have been much more of a diva. She was certainly at that point far more famous than Nicki Minaj. We're talking 2013. And she was so sweet. All of them were so nice, so respectful, so polite to all of us. Yet, thank you. Can I get this? And thank you behind that. Nicki Minaj, on the other hand, literally about an hour before we were supposed to start this thing, which was days long in preparation, we all of a sudden got notice that Nicki would not sit in the same green room with her entourage as Mariah.
Ooh.
And not only wouldn't she sit in the same green room, but she refused to even be on the same wing. We had to put her all the way at the other end. And her and her people were insufferable. They were rude, disrespectful, demanding. And so, and not only was this affecting us, which is we're nothing, who cares, who gives a shit, but while they were filming, because of the fact that she demanded to be on the complete opposite end of this enormous building that we supported, every time they would call for air, like, hey, we're about to start rolling again, then we'd have to send somebody all the way down to the other end of the building. Then she'd have to gather herself. She had this battalion of enormous, like 6 or 7 big old like bodyguards, and then they would slowly walk her all the way from the other side of the building down to the other side, holding up filming, costing the production money. Like, you could the vibe amongst the entire staff, including oh God, what's his name? The announcer narrator guy. I forget what his name is all the time, the little guy. But everybody was completely outdone with her.
Yeah, well, one of her points of pride that she always leans on before she was famous was that she was a Red Lobster waitress who was finally fired after confronting customers who she felt, deserved a dressing down. She then goes on to say that she's lost probably 15 other jobs as a waitress because of her attitude towards customers. So she stopped being a waitress. And do you know what field she went into after that experience?
What's that?
Customer service.
Bullshit. He's such a rude bitch.
I know.
Let me just say, She is such a rude bitch. If I could just tell you, like her staff would come up. We already had everything because they send us writers. We have to get everything that's on the writers. You know, we got everything they asked us for. They would come up and ask us for the most bizarre stuff. Like, can Nikki get this? Mind you, the River Center's in downtown Baton Rouge. There are no grocery stores close by. We're all there, and it's sequestered. Like, we're sitting in there for hours upon hours. It's all very shrouded. You know, nobody's supposed to be coming and going. And they're running down there asking us for random stuff that we do not have on site. You know, like, can we get some juice? Well, you have juice. We gave you orange juice. We gave you cranberry juice because that's what we kept on site because of drink mixing. Well, she doesn't like that. Can we get this? Can we get Snapple? Can we get, brother, look, if you want Snapple, go all the way down to the other side of Baton Rouge to the Whole Foods and go get all the Snapple you fucking want. We don't have it here. Like, they were so over obnoxious. And I would say, okay, but Maddie, aren't all famous people like that? When I tell you I dealt with many other famous people, not one. Everybody was kind, appreciative. We fulfilled their requests. They never came to us with anything crazy after the fact. And like I said, and of all people, Mariah Carey was a sweetheart. Yeah. Nicest person ever.
That's something that needs to be pointed out, because I think that we all, you know, I talk a lot about programming and stuff like that. We all lean into this thing that all celebrities are assholes. That is not true at all. That is absolutely not true. And we know it's not true because when they are assholes, they stand out. They're completely different than any experience you might have with somebody who's famous when you actually meet an asshole. A great example of that is, okay, so we'll use two comedians that are on different ends of the success spectrum. One was sort of muddled towards the upper middle and wasn't progressing, and the other one was a rocket ship. The rocket ship was Louis C.K. Louis C.K. was one of the nicest, kindest people to everybody around them every time he did our show. Jay Moore is the other one that I'm talking about. Jay Moore was sort of upper middle, stalled in his career, and he was the biggest asshole that we ever had on. Jay Moore was only on the show once, and he came through town regularly, and he only did our show once because he was such a fucking prima donna star. And we're like, what? You're Jay fucking Moore.
Right.
So, but no, not all celebrities are bad. And I know I just used two examples of comedians who are a special breed of celebrity, but no, I mean, Tom Hanks and Ron Howard are about as big a celebrity as I've ever met. And both of those guys were everything you'd want them to be if you spent 10 minutes alone with them. Everything.
Yeah, no, totally. Like I said, I was definitely bracing for some prima donna activity from Mariah because I was specifically in charge of that green room that she and Keith Urban were hanging out in. She was lovely and even more beautiful in person and such a sweetheart. Nikki, bitch. Total bitch.
Yeah. Well, and that's also, I think, part of her brand. And, you know, she's nouveau riche. She's an ugly American, and she's not even American, nouveau riche hip hop star. That's, you know, the gaudy clothes and everything is gold, you know, nouveau riche. All right, Maddie, anything else? Because we got to wrap up here. I need to take a quick break.
Well, I think it would be important for us maybe to talk about the fact that, like, what is this going to do to her fan base? Because, you know, if you know anything about Nicki Minaj, you know, much like Lady Gaga, she has this very dedicated fan base. They call themselves the Barbs, much like Lady Gaga's Little Monsters. And I did some research this morning to find out what the demographic breakdown of her Barbs, you know, loyalists are. Largely, of course, you know, African-American people, mostly women, but a huge, enormous following of LGBTQ and trans. And I think it's going to be interesting to see what the fracturing is of this fan base. Now, do I think that she's going to lose traction? I think it's going to fracture off into some other areas. I don't think she's going to be any less famous. That's not what I'm purporting here. But I think that she's going to see a huge shift in her demographic fan base.
Yeah, and here's what I would say to that. And people in the chat room think I'm giving her way too much credit for. And by the way, we're showing a picture of her brother there on the screen from the BBC report. Nicki Minaj's brother sentenced to 25 years for child rape. I don't think she cares about audience erosion at this point. I think that how old is she? She 40? She's getting close to 40.
Let me see. I have her pulled up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Whatever it is, she knows that she isn't the hot young thing anymore. She's looking at Sabrina Carpenter. She's looking, you know what I mean? She's looking at all these, new 43. She's 43 years old. Okay. So she has made all her money. She has already been dubbed the queen of hip hop. Her place in the history of hip hop is pretty much etched in stone, I'd say. Right now, I believe her goal is to use everything that she's accomplished here as a new American, the American dream. I believe that right now she's using all of that equity to get her brother out of prison. I don't think she cares. I think she is calculated. I think she understands that this is going to be a hit, especially to her LGBT following and all of that. But I don't think she cares. She's got her money, she's got her fame, and now she's going to get her brother out of prison.
Yeah, she definitely has no loyalty to the people who got her where she's at. She doesn't give a shit.
Well, but she's got loyalty to her brother who raped an 11-year-old. Which, all right. Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate hearing from you. We'll talk again. I know you've got something in the hopper about jewelry and MAGA women, so maybe we'll have to talk about that tomorrow.
Our new choices for fashion for the spring.
All right. There she is. That's Maddie. What's on Maddie's mind? I just accidentally hung up on her. I apologize. It was a slip. What's on Maddie's mind? Guys, I need to take a quick break. I got to do something here. All right. So I'm not going to lie to you. These lights are adjusted poorly in here, and they're causing me to see spots. Like if any of you suffer migraines, sometimes you'll get spots. So I got to do something with these lights. I got to take a minute because I got spots in my eyes and I can't even fucking read my screen. I'm an old man. Give me a couple of minutes, okay? We're going to be right back with more. Today's show, don't forget, is brought to you by Peter the Great. We're going long today. We got stuff. I got to be somewhere at a certain time, and we're good. We're good to go, okay? As long as I can be somewhere at 5:30, we are good to go today, so no rush. Let me take a quick break here. I got to readjust these lights. This is not good. You may have noticed, I don't know if you noticed, you want to back it up and you want to watch. You may have noticed during the entire segment with Maddie, I had my eyes closed. My eyes were closed and I was trying to reset these lights. All right. Peter is the executive producer of today's show. Also, if you would like to be tomorrow's executive producer, all you got to do is support this kind of talk, opposition talk, every day around about noon o'clock, ever since 2021. That's right. We don't give up, and we're here to stay. So tell some friends, stick around. I need to take a quick break, and we will come right back. Okay. Thank you. Back after right. All right. We're back. Welcome. Sorry, folks. I seem to be doing okay. My eyes seem to be all right. I have a little trick on how I can do this, and I started it while I was talking to Maddie. I told you that I started to see white spots in front of my eyes. It happens when I accidentally look directly into the studio lights that we have here, and it's happened from time to time, and then I get these big giant white spots in my eyes, and I can't read anything. And that happened. That happened during the Maddie interview, so that's why my eyes were closed, and I needed to take a few minutes to be in absolute darkness, and we're back. I think I'm good. I think we're good. Let's see. All right, Joel's in here. Joel's got some ideas. Let's see here. Joel says that when I take a break, could I play old P&K segments? There is something that I would like to do with old P&K segments. I don't know what the legality is of it. I'm not sure what I own and what I don't own. The company that would own it is no longer in existence, so I wonder where ownership of that reverts back to. Does now, by some sort of acquisition, does a new company now own that stuff, and do they even really care? I don't know. Anyway, we could do something. I definitely would like to do something now. You know what I think might be an interesting, I have a bunch of best of segments. Like, I think it might be fun. Maybe we could all just listen to them. I don't know. And like, I could almost like a DVD extra or something, because there are some pretty memorable moments that we've captured with some really interesting backstories. So I don't know, maybe that's something I can do. Again, not anything that is going to be a big viral sensation, but something that would be fun for us to kind of share together. I don't know, maybe we'll see. It's a good idea. Thank you. That comes from user. He had that idea. Oh, okay. And so an update on April's mom. She just slipped and fell on ice. Okay. Yeah, tough broad. She'll be fine. Adam with a very good point. Adam talking about Nicki Minaj. He says that she doesn't deserve to be deported for her opinions. And in this case, her opinions are, I'm guessing, her political opinions regarding allegiance. He then says, if you think that she deserves to be deported for her opinions, then you're just as bad as MAGA. You're right. You're absolutely right. I personally don't think Nicki Minaj needs to be deported. I think, whatever. I don't think she needs to be deported, but you see, the point here is, and it's why it's so frustrating, because the guy that just gave her a gold card in any other case would absolutely think she needs to be deported. And that's what we're dealing with. And Adam knows this. Let's see. All right, I think Barney's got a statement. This probably goes back a little bit, but I believe he's talking about the federal troops. He says, you should never fight a law enforcement officer and expect to live. If you think it's worth it, have at it. But go in with your eyes open. I think he's right. The only caveat that I would have to this conversation with Barney here is, who are you calling law enforcement? Who are you calling law enforcement? Because a whole bunch of us do not consider ICE law enforcement. As a matter of fact, never in the history of our country has anything like that been considered law enforcement. They've been immigration services. The INS used to have these teams, but we decided that we were going to make it sound scarier and cooler, so we created this new thing called ICE. ICE was always a thing. We just didn't call it that. ICE, the enforcement wing of the Immigration and Naturalization Services, existed for years, but we needed to rebrand it, kind of like Space Force. Strategic Space Command had existed for years, but Trump wanted credit, so he renamed it Space Force. And most people are walking around thinking we got a whole new kind of military. No. Strategic Space Command was always there. It was always part of the Air Force. The only difference now is it's not part of the Air Force. It's now its own thing. Same with ICE. ICE is a made-up thing. They're not law enforcement. They are immigration enforcement. Now, you can split hairs and be like, well, that's the law. No. When you say don't fight law enforcement, you're talking to me about men and women who live and serve inside my community. We're talking about my local police. We're talking about my state police. Hell, we're even talking about FBI agents as they present themselves as traditional FBI agents. But when you are being fucking dropped into the city in LRAD vehicles, strapped up like a SEAL team, with fucking accents that these people don't even recognize, yeah, man, that's a problem. And Barney, I'm not going with you. I am not calling them law enforcement. I am calling them shock troops. And that, in and of itself, is the disconnect. Me and Barney can be friends 5 different ways to Sunday. But on this issue, there appears to be a disconnect in what we see as our roles as patriots here. And I don't know how you fix that disconnect. You gotta work on other things. You just move on. All right, let's get back into what we're talking about today. Let's see. We did the Nicki Minaj thing. We had the Alex Pretti video. Hey. How about this? Now, he gonna be. I don't know that they would. I don't understand what the theory is here, but Trump is joking around or floating. You know, he always does this. He floats it like 6 months before it becomes a real thing. Trump's floating the idea that Ted Cruz could be named to the Supreme Court of the United States. Imagine we can never get rid of him. Imagine that. Now, here's why I don't think it's reasonable. Because he's in office. He's got his Senate seat there in Texas locked up until 2031, I think. So, you know, why would you do that? Why would you, especially if we're going to have a real contentious Senate race right now for Cornyn's seat? And it's going to be contentious. I personally think that James Tallarico is going to win. I think that as soon as people fucking hear him, see him, listen to his message, they're going to go, this is different and worth voting for. So I already think that there's going to be a Democratic senator from the state of Texas in the next 9 months. 9 months? Whatever. Ted Cruz got his seat till 2031. Why the fuck would Trump want to pull him out of that seat and put him on the Supreme Court? But he's joking about it, and he floated it last night. Could you imagine Ted Cruz on the fucking Supreme Court? No, not me. That's a nightmare. Let's listen to the President of the United States. Where was he when he did this? Oh, are they going to make us watch a commercial? Oh, for fuck's sake. They're going to make us watch a commercial. Yeah, they're going to make us watch a commercial. For crying out loud. What do you think it's going to be? I bet it's going to be for a wedding dress.
You asked for more. Let's
What's
go.
this?
Pitbull live in
Oh, Pitbull.
the tour.
He's back.
On tour across North America. Get tickets Friday at livenation.com.
He's not famous, is he? Hold on. Before we get into the Pitbull's not famous, is he? He's not like, he's D-list, right? Pitbull? I mean, look, here's how you're A-list. If me, somebody who's like in his mid-50s, a white man who likes classic rock, if I can name one of your songs, you're A-list. You're A-list. I don't care. Ed Sheeran, Taylor Swift, you're A-list if I can do that. I don't fucking know any Pitbull songs. Any from 20 years ago? Okay, whatever. Anyway, Pitbull's on tour, apparently with Little John. How cool. All right, here's Trump. This is Trump just from last night. He's fucking around with the idea that Ted Cruz, Supreme Court.
And a senator who's a friend of mine, you wouldn't believe that because we went through a rough campaign together. It was nasty. We got along so well, and we actually did joint rallies. Can you believe it? He wanted to get some of the action, so he's smart. He said, would you do a rally with me? But we did joint rallies, and the press used to say, will you ever, start fighting? I said, don't worry, it'll come. He said the same thing. Don't worry, it'll come. He's a very tough guy, very brilliant guy. In fact, when I said, because I had never gone into a debate before.
So he's talking about Ted Cruz, and he's like, oh, you guys ever going to fight? Don't worry, it'll come. And then he said, don't worry, it'll come, suggesting that Ted Cruz is ever going to stand up to Donald Trump. Donald Trump called Ted Cruz's wife ugly, and Ted Cruz responded by endorsing him for president. Ted Cruz is never going to fight back against you, Mr. President. That's why you're so comfortable fucking humiliating him right here. It's just, you can't help but humiliate him. We did joint events together. Yeah, I think he was looking for a little of my heat. So, but it was mostly my event. He's just dragging him. But there is something scary that's floated that I think we all should take note of. Maybe this is the gift. The gift for allowing Trump to call your wife fucking ugly is that, maybe before he gets walked out of or maybe before he flies off in his Qatari jet into exile. I was going to say the first thing was before he gets walked out of the White House in handcuffs, but.
For officially, my whole life was a debate, but I'd never debated before officially. And I said, let me find out about my competition. Who are these people? Because many of them, there were senators and mostly senators and governors. And I said, well, why don't we start with this guy named Ted Cruz? Let me, he was the best student at Harvard, #1 in his class. He was the best student at Princeton or something. And he was the national debate champion for 3 years. And I said, well, I don't like that. I didn't know that.
God damn it! This is why it's so scary, because the fucker can be charming when he wants to. That's a great little anecdote. That's like speaking tour anecdote. The way he's being self-effacing there at the end, which is so rare for Trump. He's being self-effacing. He's admitting that he doesn't want to have to debate the 2-time national debate champion. It's an endearing moment from a guy that there are so few from. Let's keep watching.
I don't like that. And he was a very good debater. I will tell you that. He was a smart guy. But I'll never forget, because he was the first one I looked at. I just joined the ranks of politics. And the first famous, that was the Rosie O'Donnell. Remember that? Only Rosie O'Donnell? Ireland, you can keep her.
He can't stay on track. He's like me, though. I mean, I get that. He just goes out and he streams. He's stream of consciousness, just like me. Whatever's next in your mind, you just say. So I get it. But it is funny to see somebody this poorly practiced as the leader of the free world.
Ireland has done a tremendous.
Oh, okay. I stepped on his joke about Rosie O'Donnell.
This way? We don't want that.
Hold on. Where's he?
But
hold on. The Rosie O'Donnell joke is good too.
He was the first one I looked at. I just joined the ranks of politics, and the first famous, that was the Rosie O'Donnell. Remember that? Only Rosie O'Donnell? Ireland, you can keep her. Ireland has done a tremendous. The head of Ireland said, are all you people this way? We don't want that. But
no, he didn't. No, he didn't. The head of Ireland did not reach out to the president of the United States to specifically slam Rosie O'Donnell. That didn't happen, but it's a good dinner circuit speech or anecdote, and he went with it. And we're just okay with that. Just every other fucking anecdote out of this guy's mouth is complete bullshit, but it lands. It's effective. And that's why he's so dangerous.
But Ted Cruz has one thing that I love. If I ever have problems, because it's hard to get people approved, he's a brilliant legal mind. He's a brilliant man. If I nominate him for the United States Supreme Court, I will get 100% of the vote. The Democrats will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out. And the Republicans will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out too. Where's Ted?
Oh, man, that's how he floats an absurd idea. Now they'll put something out in the field, a poll to see how that was reacted to. And before you know it, motherfucking Ted Cruz is going to be on the Supreme Court. And then, remember, Trump is saying that, they'll vote for him. There's not going to be any opposition to Ted Cruz making the Supreme Court because the Senate will overwhelmingly approve him because they fucking hate him so much. I don't know. It's a bit of a crackpot theory, but he floated it. And you got to be careful of the shit this guy floats. He test balloons everything. And then he's like, and then people react to it and they're like, what did you mean by this? And he says, just, we'll see. I'm just kidding. Jeez, you people overreacting. Fake news. I was just. And then in 6 months, there will be a press conference where he introduces Ted Cruz. That's how it happens. Is how he does it. Everything is test ballooned. Everything is focus grouped. That's his version of focus grouping something. Saying something wildly absurd as an aside just to see how it goes over, but also serving the purpose to normalize the notion. Normalize the notion of this as a thing so that you won't be shocked when I actually make it a fucking thing. This might be the reason for Ted Cruz's fealty. Maybe there was a promise made. Promises made, promises kept. All right, Ted Cruz for Supreme Court. Philadelphia, they're one of the cities that is being threatened by the Trump administration because, of course, the governor there in Pennsylvania is a very outspoken Democrat. He's pretty good. I like him. He's a tough guy. He's a Jew, so apparently unelectable. No, stop that. Wasn't that a mistake? Wasn't that one of the mistakes that Kamala Harris supposedly made in the post-election autopsy? We all decided that her going with Waltz because she thought he was non-threatening was a mistake. She should have gone with Shapiro. And then word leaked out of the Kamala Harris camp that Shapiro wasn't chosen because he was Jewish. Oh my God. Totally believe it. I totally believe it. I know that goes against everything that the left is supposed to be about, inclusion and, having race and faith and sexual orientation. They don't matter. They don't play into the decisions about whether somebody is effective or not. But apparently it did with Kamala. Apparently they looked at her being a black Indo-Caribbean or whatever the heck it is that's in her background. They looked at her, the fact that she's a woman, and then they looked at somebody who was probably the one who should have been running at the top of the ticket, that Pennsylvania governor Shapiro, and they went, nah, we can't add a Jew. Problem with the left. The left thinks they're smarter than everybody else. The left thinks they got it figured out. It's the difference between the left and the right. The left knows we're a bunch of fucking jackals and they exploit that. And that's why we've got this situation. The left needs to wise up. You got to put fighters out there. Nobody gives a fuck if somebody's a Jew or not anymore. I mean, there are people that care, but they're a very small group who are also a very loud group who is amplified now by some of the biggest players in the world economy. Why? Because they want us separated by race. They want us separated by sexual orientation. They want us separated by gender. Because as long as we're separated by that shit, we ain't looking at the puppet masters going, hey, these are the fuckers behind everything. It's the plan. And it's been working flawlessly. Flawlessly, I tell you. All right, let's see here. So the DA in Philadelphia got up and made a speech yesterday about these recent threats by the Trump administration to send these troops, these Bovino-type troops that we see in Minneapolis and what we saw before that in Chicago. All right, so here he is. Here's the Philly DA addressing the recent threats from the Trump administration.
This is a small bunch of wannabe Nazis. That's what they are. In a country of 350 million, we outnumber them. If we have to hunt you down the way they hunted down Nazis for decades, we will find your identities. We will find you. We will achieve justice. And
all right, there you have it. That is the district attorney in Philadelphia. That's a big position in major cities like that. The district attorney is the guy who decides who gets prosecuted for what. We hear a lot about, if you watch Fox News, you've probably heard a lot about Kim Foxx here in Cook County, who oversees Chicago. She's an absolute train wreck. But half the shit that she's involved in doesn't even get noticed, doesn't even get mentioned. The stuff that's really objectionable. Now Fox News plays the race game all the time with her. So, but anyway, district attorneys are a problem. District attorneys, when they turn idealistic, partisan, in that way, it becomes a real problem. Anyway, this guy in Philadelphia seems to have turned hard left, threatening to arrest and hunt down these ICE agents. I think that he's talking on a couple of different levels there. I think he's talking about post-Trump administration. What's going to happen with these people? Been a lot of talk about this. I've been talking about this. Anybody who works for ICE, who participated in any of these things in Chicago or in Minneapolis or anywhere else where these things are happening, any of these individuals who we have videotape of violating citizens' civil rights or constitutional rights will be prosecuted. That's what's coming. This goes back to me telling you about President Ocasio-Cortez, because you crazy people on the right, you have driven otherwise sane people into making an overly corrective decision. And this isn't just me. This is me, the historian, telling you that this is how it has not only worked in the history of America, but in the history of the world. One type of government, if it is extreme enough, will be followed by the exact opposite. It is the pendulum effect. And that is what's coming to America. You people and we people and everybody, we spent years with a essentially effective and functioning government that was partisan by nature, but it got shit done. We had a good life. And when there was a Republican in office, the Democrats acted like he was the worst fucking thing that ever happened. And when there was a Democrat in office, it was the Republicans doing the same thing. Well, guess what? They were all the same fucking thing, and they kept the train on the tracks. But it wasn't good enough for us. Why? Going back to what I said earlier, because we're fat, lazy, comfortable, and we take the fact that we're the most comfortable nation in the world for granted. When we don't have an observable enemy from the outside, we turn inward and we start looking at our neighbors and making them into enemies, because human nature dictates that we must have some kind of enemy. Unchecked, unfixed, unguided human nature dictates that. You can evolve into a better person, and many have. But if left to our own devices, we are selfish, we are looking for a fight, we are fearful of everything we don't understand. These are very primal things about human beings. Evolution, life experiences are supposed to change that. Your parents' guidance is supposed to change that. A lot of us don't have that. And you compound that with the fact that, we expect to have good jobs. We expect to have 2 cars. We expect to eat fucking 5,000 calories a day. We expect all of these things because we have never been challenged as a nation. Maybe we're in times now where we're being challenged. So we got the DA there in Philadelphia who is saying that these are challenging times, and these people who are actively and willingly participating in highly un-American activities need to be accounted for when all of this is over. The idea that J.D. Vance can get up in front of a group of people and say that these agents have absolute immunity, and then have people think that the Vice President of the United States is in any position to ever declare that, well, what it tells us is that there will be no real investigations into any of these people who are perpetrating these gross crimes against the American citizens. At least not as long as these people are calling the shots. And as I said, it's just the nature of things. They ain't going to be calling the shots much longer. And the overcorrection is going to be shocking. And the presidency of Jon Stewart or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or whomever is the beneficiary of this severe overcorrection is going to prosecute. Because you see, that side, the pussy side, the fucking libtards from the left, they have been operating their entire existence under the observed and agreed upon rules of engagement. But since 2016, those rules of engagement as far as how political parties are supposed to deal with each other has completely changed. And if you think that when it's their time, they're suddenly going to go back to being, hey guys, let's all play nice, you're fucking nuts. Because there is enough of us who are going to demand something. There are going to be people who are going to be swept into office on the promise of prosecuting these people. From the very top to the fucking ICE guy from Alabama who finds himself in a fist fight on a corner in Minneapolis. That guy is going to be prosecuted. The DA is already talking about it. But also, we have this. And I am not a big fan of J.B. Pritzker, the governor here in Illinois. He takes a lot of shit. Hold on. Do I have the wrong one? Fuck. Yeah, all right, I made that mistake. I suck. All right. Anyway, J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, has begun a database. He is collecting all of the video, civilian video, police cam video, street cam video, collecting all the video, and has created a council and overseeing of a database that is just going to sit for a while and build cases against these people. That's what we have to do. It's what we have to do. These people made choices. And maybe they were stupid and they didn't know what choices they were making, but they made choices to become jackbooted federal oppressors of good American people. Not the rioting people of, Miami or South Central or LA or, no, good, regular from the viewpoint of the people who are okay with this, meaning white Midwestern people. White Midwestern people are the ones that we're seeing here. There will be an accounting for this. And no, not just everybody. It's not like it'll be an accounting. We'll have video. They'll go through a video. They'll see an ICE agent punching someone, and they'll be like, okay, that person needs to be charged with assault. Let's go get them. They'll probably destroy all the records. See that? It's a very Hitler-esque Third Reich kind of thing, right? On their way out, all of the ICE records will be destroyed. There'll be no. These people are traitors. Barney calls them law enforcement, and again, that's where our disconnect is, because I suppose that reasonable Americans can look at the same situation and come with two completely different what are we living in? Two different timelines? Is that? But it happens, and we have to accept it. All right. So I fucked up. I don't have the J.B. Pritzker stuff. I'm sorry about that. He did a press conference where he showed a whole bunch of videos. I wanted to show it to you, but I was probably high when I cut and pasted it last night, and I cut and pasted the wrong thing. Anyway, let's talk about this, all right? We've been sort of trying to keep track of all of the changes that we've seen happening within the MAGA sphere as far as, digital content creation and podcasters, streamers and whatnot. We've shown a couple of stuff from Tim Dillon, formerly MAGA friendly. We all know about Theo Von, and Joe Rogan has slowly started to shift away from the fucking MAGA, that whole thing. He's starting to openly question what he's seeing, which is good. We welcome this. We want this. We need these people of great influence who were incredibly influenced in getting us this administration. We need these people to be honest brokers and now go, you know what? We made a mistake. I don't know that I've heard a single one of them say those words, but they are certainly pushing back against some of the things this administration is openly doing. It began months ago with Theo Von. We talked about this yesterday. Theo Von, some clips from his podcast were used in an ICE hype video. ICE made a hype video that we're going to get all the illegals. Theo Von's clips were used in this video, and he fucking went through the roof. Theo Von, of course, famously attended the inauguration, had President Trump on his show, seemed to really like President Trump, which, of course, is a vicarious way of influencing your audience. Well, Theo likes him, and if you don't think that's how it works, you're wrong, but we'll move on. So we talked about him. We talked about Sean Ryan, who is a very influential podcaster in his own right. He is now, switched over to the Power to the People unionized, very communist adjacent kind of rhetoric coming out of Sean Ryan. Kind of rhetoric that I've been preaching 5 years. It's not about your neighbor who cooks weird food that makes the neighborhood smell funny. No, it's about the billionaire who owns everything that you use in your life. That's who it's about. So, who else have we talked about? I don't know, a number of them. Andrew Schulz, though. Andrew Schulz is one of the popular, and again, I'll call him MAGA adjacent, but he was definitely, one of the MAGA sphere stand-up comics who probably in their real life, if you hung out and had beers with them, you would find out that they are incredibly normal people. But, they'd been radicalized to a degree with their content because a lot of very funny comedians were fucking shit-canned because they dared to do dark humor in the age of fucking Me Too or whatever the hell was going on. That's what caused it. Let funny be funny. If they have success, then guess what? That's funny. You don't get to gatekeep and dictate what people think is funny anymore. And that's what happened in stand-up comedy. And a lot of these guys were pushed over into podcast realms where they just hung out and bitched about how they couldn't get stage time. I'm not shitting you. That is legitimately what's going on here. And it turned into a thing. And a lot of these guys popped. Andrew Schulz is someone who I think is a pretty funny. Here's what I like about Andrew Schulz. I like his vibe. I just like his energy and I like his vibe. And I think he's smart. But I don't think he's I think he's smart, and I think he's, what's that word? Career driven, ambitious maybe. Yeah. I think that's what he is. So let's listen to Andrew Schulz. We'll call it the MAGA heel turn because he certainly doesn't sound like he's the same guy who was advocating for Donald Trump to be president just about a year ago. Okay, let's watch this. Here we go. I have no idea if that's the one. What the? Yeah, here it is. All right, this is Andrew Schulz.
In Minneapolis. Let's talk about
on the Minneapolis situation.
What happened in Minneapolis. ICE murdered an American citizen in cold blood, and then the Trump administration called him a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like plain and simple.
Yeah.
I see the administration trying to spin it, and it's fucking disgusting. Yeah. It's like they didn't even have a moment where they're like, hey, we're reviewing the footage. We're going to try to see what's really happening. All of them, Trump and all the cronies, put out collective statements that immediately blamed an American citizen that was exercising his First and Second Amendment rights. Right? He has the right to protest. He has the right to carry a firearm. He's a legal gun owner. Right? Mm-hmm. There's no question about this whatsoever. And the administration immediately comes out and they try to gaslight the public, which you cannot do when we have 15 different videos of what happened.
Yes.
And
that is what they do, though.
But that is what they do.
Yeah.
And I think that governments have.
But can I also just point this out? And it's what's so irritating. But again, I'm Mr. Provide the off-ramp for these people. Allow these people an opportunity to mea culpa. What drives me nuts is this epiphany that he's having now is one that we all had in 2016. There are a whole bunch of us who saw this from the beginning. We knew where this was going, and we said we knew where it was going. And these people, these exact people, are the ones who were like, you've got Trump derangement syndrome. They are complicit. That is undeniable. And it's irritating that now they're like, well, he murdered a guy in the street. Yeah, we all were saying that this is what can happen. And you know what happened instead? Trump campaigned saying this would happen with Kamala. Trump was like, if Kamala's president, you'll have troops in the streets. He literally fucking campaigned on that. All right, let's go back to Andrew Schulz. He's just realized something, guys. He's, all right, guys, you know what I just realized?
He comes out and they try to gaslight the public, which you cannot do when we have 15 different videos of what happened.
Yes.
And
that is what they do, though.
But that is what they do.
Yeah.
And I think that governments have probably been doing this for centuries, millennia, And now you have a public that is armed with phones, and we can see what actually fucking happened. And you're not going to just lie to us, plain and simple, like that.
I'll applaud it. I mean, I'll be like, thank you for that. We do appreciate it. Here's more. They would go on. They've got more content here from Andrew Schulz, most recent show.
If you see,
hold on, here you go. This in this clip, he's talking about the idea that none of us that matter. And what do I mean matter? I mean normal people that have normal reactions to things. None of us who matter are against the idea of rounding up dangerous criminals. Now, I've been telling you why we're not doing that, because they're hard to find, because the dangerous criminals are difficult to round up. And you need good numbers if you want to please King Trump, so they were rounding up the easy fish, the ones that were just easy to get, and that caused the problems in the community because they're not just rounding up and deporting innocent people. They're sending 19-year-old girls from Texas who were out visiting colleges over the New Year's week, and they're sending her to prison in El Salvador. That's what they're doing. That's the problem. And they're sending troops from out of state into neighborhoods to enforce that. And that's why people are mad. All right, so let's continue. That's what he's talking about here. Okay, let's continue on. More from Andrew Schulz. I believe this was the show he recorded on Tuesday.
If you see it with your own eyes, you know exactly what happened. And there's something disgusting that's happening, not only in Minneapolis, I'm sure it's happening in other parts of the United States, where it's ICE is under the guise of security, right? Under the guise of safety, because that's what they're doing, right? Is every time something horrific happens, they keep going, but look at the pedophiles we got. Look at the murderers we got. Look at all the violent criminals we got. I looked at the numbers. It's 5% of the people they deported are violent criminals.
Yes.
There's probably more pedophiles in the Oval Office.
Exactly. If you bring up another fucking pedophile about deporting and you're not releasing the Epstein list, just shut the fuck up, all of you.
Yes.
I don't want to hear anything else about, oh, we got to deport the pedophiles. They're right here.
Yeah.
Amen.
There are a list of them. And you're not...
Amen. What the fuck? They're still playing the pedophile thing like they care about pedophiles. What the fuck is wrong with you people who aren't having the epiphany that Andrew Schulz had? That this is all a fucking game. Yeah. Okay, hold on. We're going to have to address this. Maddie's got some thoughts here in the chat room. If you've got some thoughts on... hold on. Why can't I control the fucking chat room? All right, here we go. All right. Maddie on Andrew Schulz, she says, fuck that dude. Performed to literal silence at Trump's inauguration and called Puerto Rico a floating pile of garbage. Puerto Rico's kind of shitty, Maddie. I'm sorry. It's shitty. Calling Puerto Rico shitty and calling Puerto Rico a floating pile of garbage is not calling Puerto Ricans garbage. Thank you. That's all I got to say. Puerto Rico is objectively gross. You ever been? Stinks. It's not there's like a couple of nice beach areas, but everything else is fucking garbage. And if he said that as a comedian, then it should have been framed and taken as an attempt at humor. Maybe it fell short. Maybe it didn't work in the room, whatever. But my God, to somehow hate him because he pointed out that Puerto Rico has a real refuse problem? They do. It's an island filled with literal garbage. No one will take their trash. So they just have these massive... That's where that term comes from. It is a real thing. And again, calling the current state of Puerto Rico garbage, or whatever he said here, a floating pile of garbage, which it is. Look into Puerto Rican refuge and the problems that they have there. The floating pile of garbage is not calling Puerto Ricans garbage. It is saying that the island is literally filled with garbage. Okay. Maddie then says, it can be shitty The joke landed like a turd, and it was crappy low blow at the literal inauguration. It's not a low blow. It's not a low blow. This is what I always say, man. I love racial humor. I love cultural humor. I love it. It's how I grew up. My God. I mean, everybody, I was thinking about this last night. So I'm and my point is this. There's a difference between racist and racial. Racial is a conversation about something completely different than what racism is. Racism is the belief that you are better than somebody simply because of your race. These are different things, and we conflate them. So anytime a white guy wears a fucking sombrero, he's a rapist or a racist. It could be a Carlos and Charlie's. A lot of racists down there, and white guys in sombreros. So I was thinking about this last night. I was watching, I love my show, Mayor of Kingstown. And Mayor of Kingstown is very much the way the real world is, at least in the world that I grew up, in the way that people talk to each other. Like everybody in the Mayor of Kingstown is, we're going to go talk to the Greek. The Greek is a guy who happens to be Greek, and they call him the Greek. Every fucking slam against Jeremy Renner or any of the McCluskeys, and it is always, I don't need your Irish. Everything. We used to do this, and it used to be fine. This was the way integration worked, man. An Irish Catholic guy lived next door to a Jewish German guy, and hey, that's my Jewish neighbor. And people weren't like, oh, you mentioned he was Jewish, you're a racist. No. People are curious and interested in other people's cultures and backgrounds and races and orientations and all of that. And simply being curious and talking and not ignoring our differences doesn't make one a racist. This has been the great problem in this country. Gotcha, he's a racist. No, he's not. He just said that black people are better than white people at basketball. That's not being racist. That's true. Apparently. I don't know. That's just always been a bugaboo of mine. The difference between racial conversation and racist conversation and our willingness to make people who are simply interested in talking about race and stuff into racists. And that doesn't mean that there aren't flat out racists. There are. But I just think we're led to believe that there are far more racists out there than there really are. Because some people just, aren't afraid to go, yeah, it's the black guy over there. Why are you saying it's the black guy? The overcorrection in that area has led to things like when somebody breaks into a house in a neighborhood, the local news won't tell you. They'll give you a description. They won't tell you if he's white or black because that would be racist. That's absurd. That's absurd. 27-year-old man broke into a house. Be on the lookout for him. He's wearing blue jeans and a Tulane sweatshirt. Colors. We can't tell you that. See, we've gone off the rails. We're nuts, man. All right. Andrew Schulz. He's at least trying to right the ship. We'll give him credit for that. Hold on, wait a second. How do I explain Luca? My buddy Chaz, DFW radio legend, Chaz Knight, hanging out with us in the chat room. He wants to know, how do I explain Luca? What do you mean? What am I explaining Luca? What's his deal? Is he illegal? How's that work? How does that work with athletes that come here that work? Are they on a work visa? What does that mean? I don't know. Hi, Chad. I just want to say hi to Chaz. Maddie says, I love racial humor too, but this wasn't at a comedy club, Pugs, or on a Netflix special. It was the inauguration, but also I'm wrong, as AI pointed out. That was Tony Hinchcliffe. I thought so. But no, Andrew Schulz did do something. He did do something. And that was Tony Hinchcliffe. And I do think Tony Hinchcliffe is a piece of shit. So look at us. We're back on the same page. Look at us. I get it. Yeah. Chaz is pointing out, I said that black guys are better than white guys in basketball. Well, I mean, he points out Luka, who is arguably the best player in basketball. I think there's a kid in Denver who might be a little better than Luka at the moment. But I got what you're saying. Luka is certainly in the conversation. 1, 2, or 3. And we are talking about, at least in the case of 1 or 2, we're talking about a white guy from Eastern Europe or wherever the hell that is. So that would be the anomaly, Chaz. I think that if you looked across the history of the NBA, you would find that the Hall of Fame has far more black players than there are white players. But your point is accepted and appreciated. Thank you, Chaz. Let's see. Do we have anything else? Al says, you have that wrong. It was Tony Hinchcliffe. Yeah, it was. Thank you, Al. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh, sorry. Hit the wrong one. Maddie says, and objectively, a weird choice for a performer at the inauguration. He was terrible. I don't even think that MAGA knew who he was when he was there. Yeah. He's not a great, Tony Hinchcliffe is not a great stand-up comedian. He became popular and is now a top stand-up comedian because of his podcast success. And his podcast success was essentially because he fell into a format, and no discrediting to him, he did it. He created a format, a podcast format that popped. But he wasn't one of the most important stand-up comedians in America when that show popped. He became that because now he can book anywhere he wants because he's got like 1 million listeners. But no, Tony Hinchcliffe is not great. He is not great. Oh, by the way, speaking of that format, it's similar. So we were talking about the Bill Belichick situation last night. And, I told you that the end result of Bill Belichick not being a first ballot Hall of Famer to the NFL Hall of Fame it comes down to the fact that, this is a human vote, and Bill Belichick was a dick to a lot of humans for a lot of years, and it's a petty move. It's a petty move to decide that after all these years, you, the put-upon sports writer, is going to get your pound of flesh from Bill Belichick by making certain that he's not going to go to his grave claiming to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. It's a petty move, petty move. But also, I was reminded of this yesterday as well. Here's something else that I think played into it. I think there were a lot of people who voted for the Hall of Fame, the same Hall of Fame vote that ended in Bill Belichick not being elected. I think a lot of people voted for this Hall of Fame thinking that everybody else was going to vote for Bill Belichick. You know what I mean? It's like one of them deals where you're like, well, I'm going to vote for L.C. Greenwood. I don't need to vote for Bill Belichick. Everybody's going to vote for Bill Belichick. I think that might be kind of what happened too. And I'll tell you why, because I had this epiphany last night. Maybe you remember this. A couple of years, my God, at this point, it's like 15 years. Doug Stanhope, who was a regular. I love Doug. I've not been friends with Doug in probably 10 years, lost touch. Every now and again, a text, hey, I'm going to be here or I'm going to be there. He doesn't know if I'm in Chicago or Dallas. Anyway, point is this. I love Doug Stanhope. I think he is an absolutely brilliant stand-up comedian, and I think he is fearless, and I think he is special. I think that in the world of stand-up comedian, he is special because he has had endless opportunities to blow himself up to the next level, and he hasn't done it just simply because he didn't want to. Sitcoms have been offered, movies, that kind of stuff. Didn't want to. He's the real deal. Doug Stanhope is the real deal. Whether you like his comedy or not, he is as authentic a human being who has found himself in the world of entertainment as you will ever find. Point is, Stanhope came through one time, and he had a couple of locals opening for him. He had Paul Varghese, who is probably the best Dallas stand-up comic out there. Has been for a while. He's so polished. He's so pro. Paul Varghese and Sean Halpern, who was another young comedian in the Dallas scene. Paul was certainly more accomplished at this stage, but they were opening for Doug Stanhope. So the order went Sean Halpern, Paul Varghese, Doug Stanhope. And apparently during the first night on Friday night, or maybe it was Thursday night, a fight broke out between Sean Halpern and Paul Varghese. They got into a literal fight. Sean Halpern punched Paul Varghese in the face. It was a big scandal in the Dallas comedy scene. So, of course, we covered it the next morning on Friday. And we had Doug in studio. Doug was there. And so Doug and me and my partner Kelly, and we had Paul on to give his side of the story. We had Sean on, who did the punching, to give his side of the story. And it was nonsense. And what we decided to do was that we would do a special show at the Improv on Sunday. This was all just created in the moment, a special show that would feature, Doug would do a stand-up set, Doug would do a little set. But before that, there would be a showdown between Paul Varghese and Sean Halpern. They would both do 10 minutes, and then a panel of judges, me, Kelly, Doug Stanhope, and I think Big Dick Hunter, we would listen to both, and then we would score them, and we would decide who the winner is, who's the better comic. So they both get up there, and they do their 10 minutes, and Paul Varghese blows him off the stage. Just blows him off the stage. So I'm sitting there with my vote. It's time now to decide who won. So I voted for Sean. I voted for Sean because nobody was going to vote for Sean because Paul so obviously just destroyed him. All four of us judges had the same thought. Sean Halpern beat Paul Varghese 4-0 because we all thought everybody else would vote for Paul. You try to be a nice person. I know that my motivation, well, we all said the same thing. We were like, we didn't want Sean to feel bad because he wasn't bad. He was good. He just got beat. That's all. He got beat. He wasn't terrible. And we didn't want him to think that he got absolutely his ass kicked. So every single one of us decided to give a charity vote to Sean. He would end up winning 4-0. And boy, did he celebrate. It was very much in your face. It was very much all of this. And then we had to tell everybody what happened because none of us judges could believe what had just happened. And we all realized that, oh, fuck. That dude won 4-0 because we all gave him a charity vote. Yikes. That's what I think happened with Bill Belichick. I really do. I think that's part of what happened with Bill Belichick. I think a lot of people assumed everybody else was going to vote for him. And he didn't get the requisite amount of votes that he needed, which I think was 50. Here's a cool little piece of video. I saw this. Let's talk about this. Crime. We don't like to celebrate crime, but sometimes when it's crime that doesn't really bother us, and we'll point it out. This comes to us from my old stomping ground. Remember when I used to live in the HP? I know exactly where this place is. This is over in Highland Park Center or whatever it is. Fancy-ass jewelry store. A jewelry store that exists for wives of billionaires. I'm not kidding you. That's what this is. So let's watch this. Here you go. There's a smash and grab. Got $500,000 worth of jewels here in Highland Park. Let's watch it. Boom. All right, here they are. Look at them. They're smashed. Oh, look at that fancy jewelry store. Look at, they're just sledgehammering. Take it all. Get them watches. They must have put the really good stuff away because if they only got $500,000 worth of jewels, and there was some better stuff than that hiding somewhere. They probably got a big safe. That's hard. But why wouldn't it's first of all, it's arrogant in these violent times for them to even leave anything out. Shouldn't everything go in a safe? Oh, there you go. What was that? Did you see that? It's like it looks like he threw a ghost. No, it's not a ghost. It's a thing. All right, there you have it. That is a robbery at a store in Highland Park, a rich people store. Yi Lang 23, about $500,000 in jewelry was stolen. Now, yesterday I told you, I was like, hey guys, look, just so we're above board here, I've been going hard against this new administration that I don't entirely think is, tethered to the Constitution. So there may be some, consequences that guys like me who refuse to take our spoonful of sugar from these monsters, there might be some repercussions. So I told you, if I ever get arrested for anything, I am not going to commit suicide. Okay. I am not. You know me, I got to have my say. There's going to be a point where I get a press conference or something. There's going to get to be a point where I'll get to talk to a reporter. I'm not going to kill myself. I also, beside the point, I also shouldn't be arrested for anything. Okay. I'm not really, but if I am for something weird, whatever, I didn't kill myself in prison. So that's one thing. And I told you that, and if there's like weird charges, like if all of a sudden I'm like an arms dealer, or something, like They're like, hey, it turns out he's dealing arms or anything having to do with children. You know, they like that one. That's the one that scares the fuck out of me because you can't shake that. You can't shake that. Somebody's going to hear that accusation, and it doesn't matter if it's true or not. You are that now forever in that person's. So that's a scary one. None of that shit is true. All right? I'm just throwing that out there. But I also told you that if I'm ever accused of robbing a bank, I probably did that. Because I have a fantasy about robbing a bank. I'm going to have to wait till my mom's dead because I don't want to put her through that because it could go squirrely. But if it doesn't, then, you know, she should probably be alive for that. But how much am I going to get? You know, I'm not going to get like life-changing money. I'm going to get like, you know, 20 grand. Maybe 20 grand I don't have now. Point is this. If I am ever arrested for robbing a bank or conspiring to rob a bank, that one might be true. That one, I mean, still listen to me when I tell you my side of shit, but that one might be true. That one, I could do that. I mean, I'm not planning it, but, you know. The other one is, of course, after seeing that video, jewel heist. Oh, my God. If I am somehow linked to a jewel heist, I probably did that, too. Because I can tell you this. If you approach me, like in a diner, because these things always happen in diners. If you approach me in a diner, like you're an old friend of mine or whatever, and you're like, hey, I got this plan. Can you meet at this warehouse tonight at 8:00? And then I show up at the warehouse and it's like a bunch of dudes in like snow caps and stuff standing around a big table and there's maps. I'm fucking in. I am in. I am at the age now where that's the kind of shit that I'm willing to participate in. A big jewel heist. So credit to those brave folks there in Highland Park who knocked off that jewelry store. I wish I had the balls to actually follow through on these fantasies. All right. 1, 2. Yeah. Oh my God, guys, we got a lot more good stuff to do here. We got more show. We got a lot more show, but I got to go to the bathroom. So we're going to take another break. Here's what we're going to talk about in the next couple of hours. Yeah. I got a whole bunch more show. I hope you can hang out. Call some friends. Say, hey man, I'm checking out this thing. It's a stream. Here's what he's going to talk about over the next couple of hours. Actually, probably looking at about another hour and a half. We've got some video we got to break down of a dude just being a total dick ass to a bunch of kids waiting outside a Target. A bunch of kids waiting outside a Target for Pokemon, and this dick ass well, you got to see this video. It's incredible. And why Target again? Why is it always Target? Well, because there's only 2 stores in America now, Target and Walmart, basically. So we're going to get into that. Also, we've got more on the Ilhan Omar attack from yesterday and some other congressmen trying to pull off, what do they call them? Town halls? We'll do that. Got some video from some town halls that went squirrely. I also want to watch a video that was circulating on Twitter yesterday. It purports to present to you the vision of perfect America. And I want to watch this. I thought it was AI. I don't think it's AI because the locations are real and all of that. But this is circulating, and it's circulating for MAGA. It's for MAGA people. This is not, that's, you know, these bots, they put these things in. And this one took off, and everybody is sharing it. And I want to talk about, hate to say these words, I want to talk about the dog whistle that is right in this video. And then I want to talk about the idea that this, in the video that we're going to watch, that this is the idealized version of America. I want to talk about that. Got a whole bunch of other stuff we'll get into as well. Okay, so we've got more show, a bunch more show. Also, I want to talk about oh, God, I forgot about this one. Oh, you're going to love this one. You guys, I buried this at the bottom of the show because I wanted to spend time to spread out on this. There is a weird, freaky, bizarre situation that is occurring in an abandoned house in Plainfield, which is a suburb that is outside of Chicago. Something's happening. We're going to investigate. I promise you, it's the weirdest freaking story. And people here in the Chicago area are like, are we going to get into that? Or is that just another distraction from the Epstein? Can somebody check out what's happening in Plainfield? That's not normal. Yeah, it's a crazy story. So we're going to get into that as well. And Bruce Springsteen's got a new song. Woo, woo, woo. I don't know that we'll listen to the whole song because I, as a diehard Bruce Springsteen fan, I do recognize that he is an acquired taste and not everybody gets it, is how I would say it. But I want to go over some of the lyrics that he's written. We'll play a little bit of the song, at least the amount that is allowed. So we got all of that and, a bunch more, plus your chat room activity. So I'm going to take a quick break here. Let me go run to the bathroom. Give me about 5 minutes to recharge, and we will come back with more of the rant with me, Pugs Moran. Back after this. All right, we're back. Thank you for that. Check in with the chat room. Adam was around back in the day when Doug Stanhope was a part of the adjacent running crew. He says, my Doug Stanhope story is that he offered me Coke when I went backstage at his show that he did in Deep Ellum where Paco opened for him. I forget which venue. It was on Main Street, just west of Malcolm X. Well, I mean, that definitely supports my contention that he is a truly authentic and kind dude. He's offering you his cocaine. That's probably not easy for. In truth, that is a little shocking to me because I don't know him as a coke guy. Coke was not. I mean, Doug Stanhope drank. He drank hard alcohol constantly. He always had a glass of bourbon in his hand. He also smoked cigarettes. Not a big weed guy, but here's the thing that I remember about Doug Stanhope: psychedelics all the time. Minute he'd get off stage, boom, he'd just gobble up some mushrooms. So, you know, if we were going to be taking him around to bars and stuff, and hey, where you want to go? I want to go to a strip club or whatever. It was always Doug Stanhope on fucking mushrooms, which I gotta be honest, it's pretty awesome. It's pretty great. But yeah, cocaine doesn't seem like a part of him, but maybe, you know, I don't know. I mean, cocaine is for a lot of the grown-ups in that world. Cocaine isn't something that they do all the time, but if it's there, they're like, I'll fucking take it, you know. So, but yeah, that's interesting to me. He then says, he says, I declined. Yeah, because don't you want to know? You want to know. He says, I declined the coke, but man, I probably missed out on a good time. Well, you might have been Doug Stanhope's buddy for the night, his little coke buddy. All right, let's get back into the show here. We got a whole bunch more that we got to talk about. I do want to one more time. I want to remind everybody our executive producer for today's show is once again Peter the Great. Thank you so much, Peter. We do require your pledges, your little donations to either the Venmo or the Cash App in order for us to continue doing this show. It has, as rickety a plan or business model as it may seem, it has kept us in business over the past 4 going on 5 years. 2021 is when we started this. All right, let's see here. What else do we want to get into? God, sorry, that was a terrible thing. I shouldn't be doing the whole snort. Let's see. We got the jewelry store here. All right, let's do this. Let's talk about the latest situation to happen in a Target store, shall we? This comes to us from California. Now I have to tell you what's happening here. Pokemon. I don't know if you know what Pokemon is. I don't know if my kid's a Pokemon kid. I don't know if my kid likes. I think he might be. I think my kid might be into Pokemon. He's into like football cards and stuff. He's big. My kid's big into football cards. But anyway, cards in general, you know, they're like analog in a digital world, but somehow cards in general are something that these generations still kind of dig. So there's a whole bunch of kids, some of them a little bit older than I would expect, but there's a whole bunch of kids that are lined up outside of Target awaiting their chance to purchase the new Pokemon. This is what happens when something that is in great demand or popular or hot releases a new variety or whatever it is. These happen all the time, whether it's an iPhone, the latest Jordans, or in this case, Pokemon cards. The stores themselves anticipate a massive rush of people. So what they do is they make the people who are specifically there for this item wait outside in an orderly single file line. And that is what's happening at this Target. These are customers waiting to purchase a Pokemon cards. They are almost all teenage boys. They look to be between the ages of 13 and maybe mid to late 20s, which is a little bit disturbing that they're still into Pokemon, but okay, I'm not here to judge. So dude shows up and he's walking into the Target and he sees these people lined up and, well, this is how he reacts. Here, let me show you. We've got video of it. Yeah, we do. Here we go. We better have video. This whole segment is based on having video. So here you go. Let's watch this person, and then let's talk about this person, and let's talk about why we have so many of these people in this world. All right, here you go.
Nobody's illegal, bro. Look at you. Nobody's illegal. That guy's illegal. Nobody's illegal. Nobody's illegal. Nobody's illegal. You won't hit me first. You won't fucking do it. You won't fucking do it. Hey, kiss me, bro. You won't do it now.
Once again, these are kids waiting for Pokemon cards, and this is a fucking white man in America walking up. Look at this. This man deserves to have his jaw broken for what he is about to do. The restraint on these kids is unbelievable. I can tell you that in the neighborhood I grew up, nobody would have talked to a bunch of 15, 16, 17-year-olds like this. No middle-aged man or whatever this guy is. He'd have gotten tuned up. Not even a question. These kids, the restraint on the part of these kids is fucking unbelievable.
You want to do it now. You want to do it now, will you? You want to do it now, will you? Back up. You want to do it now, will you? Back up. You want to do it now, back up. You want to do it now.
This is just a guy walking from his car into the fucking Target. He's probably picking up baby diapers or some bullshit. And this is how he's walking around this world. This is the level of fucking confrontation, entitlement, and violent fucking aggression that this guy is just carrying around when he sees a bunch of fucking Mexican-looking kids waiting to get their fucking Pokemon cards. And by the way, he's in goddamn Rancho San Diego. Do you not think there's going to be Mexicans in a place called Rancho San Diego? You fucking piece of shit.
He needs to be arrested, this guy. He needs to be arrested.
This person is instigating violence. And if you see it any other way, you're broken and you're like him. Now, I'll also point out that this guy's having a hell of a day today. Oh, he ain't having a good day today. I think his wife left him. All right, so now here comes a Samaritan. The Samaritan just walked up and is like, whoa, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you harassing these customers? All right, now look at that cowardly thing. After the obvious provocative aggression that this guy has just done to these people, he is now taking the opportunity to go, I'm telling, after one of these kids shoves him away from them. That's what he is. He is that level of fucking loophole fucking lawyer bullshit. Oh, you shoved me. That's assault. Fuck you. I'm going to do more than shove you right now. I'll take the ride to the police station. This video is going to be shown, and I'll tell you, I will demand a jury trial. I will fucking demand a jury trial. Your goddamn behavior, you fucking chump.
You touch me. I'm going to harass whoever the fuck I want.
I'm going to harass whoever the fuck I want. And if somebody responds in any way, then I'm going to call the police and claim victim status because I'm a cunt.
What are you saying, bro? What are you saying? Yeah, stand there. No, I'm going to call Richard.
Oh, you can call people. He knows people. Here we go. He's entitled to behave this way towards fellow citizens because he knows fucking people.
Right there, pussy. I didn't harass anybody.
He didn't harass anybody. He didn't. Okay, wait a second. Where are we at? We're at 104. He didn't harass anybody. Let's see.
Nobody's illegal. That guy's illegal. Nobody's illegal. Nobody's illegal. You want me first.
He's not harassing anybody here, folks. He's not harassing anybody because not only are these people fucking brain dead mutants, they're also fucking duplicitous pieces of lying shit all the time.
What are you saying, bro? What are you saying? Yeah, stand there. No, I'm going to call Richard.
Bro, you can't park there, pussy.
He's not quite as pushy with the white man, is he? The white man shows up and all of a sudden he's not quite as pushy because he doesn't know that he'll be able to rig the fucking system against the other white man when the police show up. But he's figuring that if the cops show up, I'll just say it's the dirty fucking spick hanging out in front of the Target. I'm a white man, arrest them. That's the world this motherfucker lives in. And we ain't done with him. We'll watch the video. We're going to visit his Facebook page.
I didn't harass anybody.
We're waiting for fucking product to buy. Pokemon cards, you fucking.
Well, then go on and buy their fucking product.
We have to wait. Why do you think there's a line, you idiot? fucking Pokemon bitches.
Fuck you! I'm moving the goalpost. It's another thing that these small-minded morons do all the time. Now he's mad that they like Pokemon. Fucking Pokemon bitches. That's not what I mean. That's not the vehicle I'm going to use to fucking fuel my anger, which is really just all about the fact that my dad thought I was a fag and my fucking brother hates me and I don't have any real friends. And my wife, she got real fat and I don't like her anymore. And my whole life is fucking garbage because I'm not getting promoted at work. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make it all right by fucking with these kids out in front of Target.
You ain't got shit to live for. Your life is meaningless.
By the way, on his Facebook page, there are hundreds of people who are simply posting, "Your life is meaningless." Like what this kid says.
Life is meaningless. You're a you ain't got shit to live for. Your life is meaningless. Your life is meaningless. You're a loser. They're gonna call the cops on you, bro. Fucking jackass.
There you go. He insulted me. He insulted me. Look at him. He gets right in the other guy's face. Well, Pugs, you didn't actually touch him. Yeah, fuck you. We ain't playing that game anymore. We know what his intent was. He's getting his jaw broken. Fuck you. Pugs, you can't do that. I can get as close as I want. And I don't have to. If the fucking ICE cops in Minneapolis can react by drawing guns and murdering people when they get mocked, guess that's what we're doing now. I guess that's what we're doing.
This guy's
All right, there you have it. That fella, that entitled piece of shit, he's out there. Let's meet him, shall we? Yeah, let's get to know that guy. Unless he's canceled all of his socials. Excuse me. All right. Oh, sorry. I guess we aren't going to, yeah, he doesn't have a Facebook page anymore. That's unfortunate. Oh, no. Well, that's good. Because I can tell you he was very active on Facebook. Oh, my God. Oh, he posted like 10 times every hour for like ever. And it's all exactly what you think. His profile picture was Trump getting shot, going, bah! You know, that was his profile picture. It's all fucking MAGA garbage. He's a broken piece of shit. His wife is ugly. A number of people pointed that out. Hey, dude, just wanted to let you know your wife is fucking a boner killer. Which isn't nice, and it sure as shit ain't civilized. But you guys normalized us not being civilized anymore. So here we go. Buckle up, Buttercup. You better fear the Jewish comedy writer, because the Jewish comedy writers are going to have their fucking time in the sun. And apparently they don't have to be nice anymore. Get ready. All right. So that's that. I'm sorry. I thought we were going to have a name and all that, but I honestly didn't give a fuck enough about him to actually write the name down. So go out there. I'm sure you can find him. He has closed down his social media, his Facebook. I don't know. Maybe he had a Twitter. I'm sure that's closed too. But by the time I got to it last night around 6:30, like, you're in trouble when you look at a guy who's got like 100 followers, and then you look at his most recent post and there's like 6,000 comments. I'm like, oh boy. It was fun. It was a fun read. It was a lot of the meanest shit that you could imagine. And I was going to share it with you, but we can't do that now. People just fucking. A friend of his wife went and got involved in the thread, and because people were really turning on Sarah. I do remember Sarah is the name of his wife. People were really turning on Sarah for being married to this guy, and her friend chimed in. Sarah left him this afternoon, so yeah. He's fucking crazy. That person is crazy. That person, that's a mental break. He is probably a pretty normal dude, if, fixed. But he has been driven to this personality, and this is who he is now, and that is a mental condition. If you can be brainwashed or Stockholm syndromed in whatever way it is to think and believe something, yeah, it is. It's not. He can be fixed. You know. Hell, you know who kind of got fixed? You remember the January 6th shaman guy who went to prison and he wore the big buffalo helmet and all that stuff? That guy's kind of fixed now. I saw an interview with him and he's like, yeah, that was wild. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Trump is obviously a fucking jerk. I mean, he's like totally on that side now. So you can be fixed. But just as we see these crazy radicalized people on the left, you know, with their nose rings and the blue hair from under their fucking stocking cap, swinging their fucking skateboards and, you know, whatever, as they run through clouds of tear gas, those people are out of control and nuts too. There's so many of us are just walking around this world like powder kegs. And that guy's another example of it. There you go. Another guy, another man who was broken by our times and has chosen to go down a path that we're not going to forget. We're not going to forget that. That guy's never going to be forgotten. You know, I talk about how there is going to be accountability on the part of these ICE agents who it can be proven that they are violating citizens' rights and that they are using overly aggressive, and I'm not saying that we put them all in jail or execution. No, but there will be things. We need to have an accounting because we are a nation of laws and rules, and these laws and rules are beholden to the Constitution of the United States. And it is quite obvious to many people that the Constitution is being ignored by these people. So that has to be dealt with. But also when all of this is done, we need to make sure that we don't remember these people who became famous, or I should say infamous, maybe notorious is the word we're looking for. We need to remember these people as well. This guy can never get another job. Pugs, what do you mean he can never get another job? Unless he does like some kind of a video that gets just as many hits, where he talks about how he's changed and he's fixed. But I don't think that video is going to get as many hits. So unfortunately, due to the viral nature of our society, nobody is ever going to forget who that guy is. It's not, he would have to move, right? You got to completely move, maybe change. Look, it's not completely insurmountable. I'm sure there are things that he can do. But in his personal universe, in his town, in his whatever, everybody's talking about him and what a fucking jackass he is. So yeah, we got to have an accounting of these people. Tweets. A lot of you motherfuckers. Me too, though. I have fired off some tweets that depending on what corrupt administration comes next, I fired off some tweets that could land me in water of the hot variety. All right, let's keep going. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, we'll do this story. Let's show you this guy. Yesterday we talked about the Ilhan Omar town hall meeting where she was attacked, where we saw it. Dude ran up, squirted what turned out to be apple cider vinegar in a syringe. So he's trying to scare her. So he's a coward too. Couldn't actually go through with it. Thank God. But also coward. So he does it with apple cider vinegar. And in the moment, right? Nobody knew what that was. It was just a fucking crazy person squirting some unknown liquid. And Ilhan Omar gets drenched with it. And they're like, we got to get you to the hospital. We got to figure out what this is. We need toxicology. What is this that was just sprayed on you? Blah, blah, blah. And Ilhan Omar fights this and says, no, I'm going to keep doing this. I'm not going to let this, her words were, I'm not going to let that asshole stop me from doing this. Okay. Very admirable. Whether you like, dislike, hate, or know nothing about her, which is essentially where I fall. I don't know nothing about her. I know the nonsense that Fox News and all them people have branded her with, but I'm also smart enough to know that that's all branding, and I don't know anything about her. Don't even care. Why should I? She is a congressperson from a mostly Somali immigrant district in Minneapolis. That doesn't affect me at all. Let her serve her people. That's how our system is set up. I shouldn't know anything about her. But anyway, what I do know now is that she's a fucking baller. Is that dude sprayed some shit on her and she was like, no, fuck this. I am here for actual change. I am here to actually, that was proven to me. You know, she may not have a vision that I agree with, but she's a fighter. You got to prepare for her. She ain't a shrieking violet. It was pretty cool. No, I will fucking, and she finished her. Now, what she did do, what was interesting, I told you that she had been scheduled that day at 9 o'clock to do an interview on CNN. She was supposed to be on CNN at 9 o'clock. This incident occurred right about 8 o'clock. So she was going to do about a half hour, I guess, 45 minutes. And she was going to finish her town hall and then she was going to go directly to this CNN live interview. So when this happened, I was like, ooh, we don't know what that was. She got squirted. Is she still going to make the CNN interview? Well, she didn't. She didn't. So apparently after her town hall, she did go to the hospital and they ran a bunch of tests and all that kind of stuff. And they still don't know exactly what it is unless there's some news that I missed today. But they pretty much think that it's apple cider vinegar. All right. So that's the much hated, horrible, gutless, communist, foreigner, weird, married her brother, fucks her dad, something weird, whatever. That's her. That's how she behaved when shit got a little bit hairy at her town hall. Let's check on the Republican side of things because there was a town hall yesterday. This is a GOP congressman. Where's his name? Hold on. I make it smaller. Barry somebody. He's from Alabama. Yeah, Barry Moore. Barry Moore, Alabama congressman. He held a town hall yesterday. Remember, this is the day after Ilhan Omar had some shit squirted on her, and she was like, no, fuck that. I'm not going to the hospital. I'm going to deliver my speech. By the way, I just watched the Bob Marley movie. That was very Bob Marley. Bob Marley got shot. And he's like, no, fuck that. I'm going to play this concert with a bullet in my chest. Anyway, not to that extent. Don't get me wrong. It turned out to just be. But in all fairness, nobody knew what it was. When she continued that press conference, having been sprayed with that, she didn't know what it was. It's quite a courageous thing. She didn't run off at the advice of her handlers and all of that. No, we got to cancel this. You got to go to the hospital. We got to figure out what that was that was sprayed on you. No, it is a very courageous thing, not knowing what that is and going, no, I'm going to fucking make this speech. All right, so now let's check on this fucking rich boy, white guy, Alabama MAGA fucking congressman. This couldn't be more 180 degrees from what the much demonized Ilhan Omar is. Let's see how this guy behaves when things get a little bit squirrely at his town halls.
Why are people not getting due process? Why are prisoners not getting due process?
Due process for a citizen and a non-citizen are different.
All right, so first of all, that's the problem. That's the problem that they need the stupid MAGA people to fucking believe, and you see it everywhere because stupid MAGA people actually believe this. The question of due process, does it apply to people who are in this country illegally? Does due process under the laws of the United States apply to somebody who is, say, on vacation here from England? Does due process apply to people who are not U.S. citizens? He has directly asked this, and this congressman, this representative for the United States government from Alabama, outright lies to his constituents about this, or he doesn't know. Which is worse? A congressman who's filled with a bunch of things that he knows but is wrong? Or a congressman who is just actively trying to mislead his constituents in order to help a fascist fucking overlord? Due process is the question. What about due process for these people? And his answer is this, and let's see how squirrely this gets.
Why are people not getting due process? Why are prisoners not getting due process?
Due process for a citizen and a non-citizen are different.
False. Lies. It's just not true. This has been discussed for years. The rules and protections of the United States government applies to people who are non-citizens.
The 5th and 14th Amendments allow for it. The Supreme Court has backed it many times.
Yeah.
Shame.
Oh.
Shame.
There he goes. Here's your people. These are your MAGA reps. He's sneaking out the back door instead of because he got caught in a lie. And the people aren't taking these fucking lies anymore. Let's watch him slink off in his fucking khaki pleated pants and his nice fucking East Coast Yacht Club jacket. There he goes. He's ducking out the back. That's right. Fuck you, constituents. Fuck you.
Why are people not getting due process? Why are any prisoners not getting due process?
So due process for a citizen and a non-citizen are different.
False. Lies. The 5th and 14th Amendments allow for it. The Supreme Court has backed it many times. Shame.
Well, if you're going to overwhelm me with truth, then I suppose I'm going to leave. I'm going to go out the back door. Look, if you're not going to listen to my bullshit, if you're not going to allow me to spin these lies that you are so comfortable taking from the orange pumpkin in charge, then I'm just going to move about, folks. Goodbye. Fuck you. I'm your elected representative. That's cowardly to the highest level. That guy sucks. Just as a reminder, let's see how Ilhan Omar handled a similar situation.
I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
No. You're fine. You need to go get checked.
No, we will continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away
You
with
need
it.
to go get checked. You don't know what.
There you go. I'm sorry. Politics aside, we're talking about two kinds of human beings. One who is sworn to represent her people who will not be pushed away by an actual physical attack of unknown origin. Will not be pushed away by that. She is going to say what she's there to say. Whether you like what she has to say or not, it doesn't matter. We are talking about human fiber. We are talking about what she's made of. Well, we saw the rich guy, white Republican, who wants everybody to just calm down and do what I say. Now, as far as the due process goes, we all know that doesn't apply to anyone, but it makes sense. And I'm just going to boo. Wait. You're not buying my bullshit? All right. Good to see you, everybody. Good night. Try to view. That guy sucks. And show those two clips to somebody from another country who hasn't been radicalized right or left. Show that to somebody from another country, and if they're being truly objective, they'll tell you who the better human being is. They'll tell you who the one who they would like to be represented by. The one who stays and fights despite not knowing what the fuck this was that was sprayed all over them, or the guy in the fucking boat shoes and khakis wearing the Crimson Harvard Club jacket. That was like, that fucking the Harvard jacket with the crimson logo. This fucking guy. Well, I'm leaving if you're not going to accept my lies. Goodbye. See ya. What Barney says something looks staged. I'm not going to get distracted. Neither of those things look staged. Neither of, unless you want one of them to look staged. If you want it to look staged, if that is going to make you feel better about your overall worldview, then you're probably going to lean into it. It looks staged. I don't have that. Neither of those situations look staged, man. They both look like they are organic eruptions from a public who are fed up. The guy who sprayed the shit on Ilhan Omar, he is a representative of the public who is fed up. The people who were chanting shame, shame, shame after being directly lied to by their representative, they're another example. One was far more serious than the other. One of those, she should have gone to the fucking hospital. And it's wonderful that it was just apple cider vinegar, but she should have gone to the hospital. Nobody would have been like, well, and then she canceled her speech. No, nobody would have faulted her for that. Nobody. But that dude should not have ran. That dude should have waited for them to calm down. He should have sat down, waited for him to calm down, get it out of their system. He ran. He ran and hid and then did not resume the actual town hall. He's just gone. That's Barry Moore. And by the way, he's a congressman now, but he wants to be a senator from Alabama. Good luck with that, fuckstick. Now that people know what kind of a pussy you are. All right, let's see. Oh, okay, so let's do this video now. This was a viral video that was going around, and it's being it's a right MAGA thing. These MAGA fucking bots that put these things out. You know, we talked about one last night. It's like this nice little grandma from fucking Nebraska, but somehow she's got like 600,000 followers. Oh, yeah. That's legit. Sure. So there's a whole bunch of these, and they're all folksy people, and we're supposed to see them and go, well, that person is just like me. Let's see what they have to say. Oh, they have something horrible to say? Well, now I don't feel so bad about agreeing with that horrible thing, because this person, they are not who you think they are. They are agents of chaos from all around the globe, not just Russia, all over. This crazy sort of campaign of disinformation designed to keep the American people specifically at each other's throats is coming from outside the house. And we play into it. So here's an example. This is something that was embraced wildly by the crazy weirdo dork circles of MAGA as a representation of the absolute best of America. Right? This is what America under Trump should be. So let's watch this. The headline is America after deporting 100,000 illegals. Let's watch. Fuck. Can we just stop on this fuck? This is exactly what I was just describing. And in the Alabama congressman who somehow dresses like he's a member at a Newport, Rhode Island yacht club. Look at this fucking guy. Okay, the dog is awesome. Honestly, the dog is the only great thing about this video. There you have it. And you should read the comments. All them trailer park living MAGA hillbillies, they just absolutely love this vision of America. Like any of these fucks are ever going to be allowed into the boardwalk area of Newport, Rhode Island, because that's what we're looking at. We're looking at a billionaire's playground. That's what they're promising the dumb hillbillies. You want to be like us? I keep telling you about the mansion on the hill syndrome, about how we're all intoxicated by the seduction of maybe one day I can live in the mansion on the hill. You fucking can't. Your goal should be to pay for your own house, raise your kids, work an honest day, get an honest day's pay, be nice to your neighbors, attend block parties, coach Little League. That is supposed to be what your goals are. But everybody has this vision that we're going to somehow be in the yacht club crowd. And it's being pushed from these people in this context, which is just absolute bullshit. So we shouldn't read much into it. It's stupid. It's always lowest common denominator kind of stuff. That's what we're seeing here. This is what America will be like when we get rid of all the dirty brown people. And yeah, that video was almost entire. There were a couple of golden retrievers. That was the diversity in that video. That's the dog whistle. That's the quiet part being said out loud in pictures. It was all white people. You know why? Because that's what Newport, Rhode Island is. I don't know if you're familiar with Newport, Rhode Island. It is one of the most exclusive and wealthy and 1% bullshit places in this country. It was originally back in the days of what's that term? The Gilded Age. In the Gilded Age, the age of the Industrial Revolution with the Carnegies and the Rockefellers and the Vanderbilts and all of that, Newport, Rhode Island is where they built their summer homes. So the area around it over the past 100 years has become one of the most exclusive places in the world. And that is what you are being promised, or what you're being teased to expect, if you unconditionally support Trump's plan to deport 100,000 illegals. You're all going to be members of the Newport, Rhode Island Yacht Club. You fucking morons. Parking looks pretty good, though. That chick, she walked right out of that store, and her green, classic, vintage Mercedes, it was British racing green. That was kind of an odd choice for a Mercedes. Typically, you'd want to have a vintage Jaguar in the British racing green, but she went Mercedes. That's fine. That's her choice. She's a bit wild. Everybody in the community knows that she's a bit of a weirdo at times. No, that's what was promised to us. That's what's being promised. That's the dog whistle. Won't life be great when we don't have somebody who knows what they're doing making your tacos at the restaurant? Get ready for hot dogs and cheese tacos when all the white people start making shit. Did you know that you could chop hot dogs and just with some Mexican seasoning? No, thank you, white people. I like my diversity in this country. I fucking love getting good tacos. I love being able to get real authentic German food, Ukrainian food. Here in Chicago, every neighborhood has a different specialty. It's one of the amazing things about living in an area that has been traditionally segregated, but also wonderfully integrated insofar as how we accept one another's presence, you know? Just a bunch of white people, bunch of pot pies, and what are we going to be eating if it's just white people? So yeah, that is the perfect. Everything about that video was lame too, by the way. Can I point that out? Everything. The fucking song. What is that? Al Stewart? Who are we? Is that it's either Jerry Rafferty or Al Stewart. I'm not sure what I was listening to, but it is a undeniably bad, lame song. By the way, if I get a strike because I played that song, or at least that portion of the song, that'll suck. Chicks were hot, though. I'll say that, right? Those chicks were hot. They're horrible, and they're not the kind of chick that would ever look at you, Barney, or me, or any of us. But still, they look good. Pretty hot. Let's check in with Broken Frank and see what kind of broken bullshit Frank is spouting today. Frank says, America's richest counties are in Northern Virginia, run by Democrats. It's a stat, and I just looked it up because I Googled it, and so Republicans are better than Democrats. And look, what the fuck? Why is everything fucking... Who cares? You think I'm sitting here saying that rich liberals are okay? They fucking suck. Dude, rich people suck, Frank. It's that they're all in cahoots, Frank. Incidentally, Newport, Rhode Island went 70% for Kamala Harris. Yeah. That video we just saw, those people, 70% for Kamala Harris. So yeah, everything about it is fucked up. Those rich people, you really think Frank, he's still doing what they want? Frank will never not fall victim to what they're trying to do, which is see everybody either by sexual orientation, race, faith, or political partisanship. As long as we can as long as we can keep people divided, like Frank, they'll never look at us and go, oh, maybe it's maybe it's MAGA billionaires and liberal billionaires. Could you imagine if we ever put those fucking pieces together? But we can't, because Frank's out there acting like there's a difference. He's like, oh no, these are Democrats. Those are Democrat rich people. Nah, gotcha. Stop it, Frank. Stop it, Frank. Maddie in the chat room, she says, when you eat in Trump's America is a piece of chicken, a piece of broccoli, and a corn tortilla. That's right. I'm totally forgot. A couple of weeks ago, they said that, don't worry about the economy. The average American can survive healthily on a piece of chicken, a slice of broccoli, and a corn tortilla. Corn tortilla is an interesting choice, especially considering the messaging that they've been engaged in, but corn tortilla it is. Must be cheaper. It must be it. Must be that the corn tortilla is cheaper than a slice of Wonder Bread. All right. Who else? Barney says, I'm associating the song with Don Johnson for some reason. Yeah, no, I don't think that has any Don Johnson. I don't think it has anything to do with Don Johnson. I could play the mouth horn. I'm good at the mouth horn. I could do the mouth horn. How about this? All right, speaking of yacht life, coastal life, if you will. All right, so I want to show you this. I found this video. This video was going around last night. Apparently, this is 10 years ago. Yesterday was the 10-year anniversary of this. And guys, I don't remember this. I don't remember this at all. I mean, I would think that 10 years ago, this would have been a news story, because if you catch it on video, then it's going to make the news. So a dude in Australia was in a televised surfing competition. And while the camera was on him, he was attacked by a shark. Okay, look. All right, look at this. All right, see, so the camera is on him. He's like, oh, next up is Mick Fanning. He's ranked 4th. He's 34 years old. This will be his second run. He's looking to beat Justin Wilson's 6'6". What the fuck is that? Like, look at this. Look at this. All right, watch the video. This is incredible video. I'll tell you how it ended.
As you look at Fanning on the rankings, you can see it, a little splash. Oh. Holy shit.
All right, so the announcers don't know what's going on until the announcer goes, oh, holy shit. The announcer finally sees it. Meanwhile, people watching on TV saw the fucking dorsal fin. We saw it. Let's go here.
As you look at Fanning on the rankings, you can see it, a little splash. Oh. Holy shit. Excuse me.
All right, so what you're hearing now, you hear over the PA, the lifeguards or whatever, telling everybody to get out of the water immediately. The lifeguards see what's going on before the announcers are telling us what's going on. This is some great video. This is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
As you look at Fanning on the rankings, you can see it, a little splash. Oh. Holy shit. Excuse me. Looks like.
All right, so here, these are rescue boats heading. These rescue boats have been dispatched. Obviously, they see what's going on. There is another person, there is another surfer who was out there at the same time, who was a safe distance away from the shark. That second surfer, and we can't see from this angle, but that second surfer has now swum over to this other surfer and is helping him fight a fucking shark. You want to talk about being tested, man? This is what I'm talking about. There was a surfer who was waiting his turn, and he saw another one of his surfer buddies getting attacked by a shark. And surfer number 2 didn't go, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Surfer number 2 swam to his buddy who was fighting a shark and helped him fight the shark off. So here you go. Now you see the jet skis come racing in. The boat is coming racing in. The camera has pulled off it because, well, there's a good chance that somebody just got eaten by a great white shark, because that's what it was. It was a great white shark. Start it again.
As you look at Fanning on the rankings, you can see it, a little splash. Oh. Holy shit. Excuse me. Looks like Fanning needing. As you look at Fanning on the rankings,
That's all we get from that.
you can see a little splash.
Guys. Right? I mean, good Lord. 10 years ago, Australian surfer Mick Fanning encountered a great white shark during the final days of the J-Bay Open in South Africa. The heat was being broadcast live when the shark surfaced behind him. Fanning reacted by punching the animal in the back of the head to defend himself. His opponent at the time, Julian Wilson, ignored his own safety and paddled towards the splashing to help. Fanning's leash, you know those leashes that they wear on their ankle that attaches to the surfboard so that they get knocked off the surfboard, they don't lose their $500 surfboard. Fanning's leash was severed during the struggle with the shark, but safety teams arrived on jet skis to rescue both men. They emerged physically unharmed. How are you physically unarmed? Here, let's watch. How did that happen? One more time. Now that we know that this dude fought this fucking shark off, let's watch we'll only watch the very beginning. Look at this thing. All right, first, just straight out. He has no idea. Look at the size of the dorsal fin and look at the size of his torso. This is a big fucking shark, and you do not belong in the shark's living room. You are in. How do you think it would go if a shark tried to make his way into your living room? That would probably not end well for the shark, right? Because the shark's outside his own environment. This fucking human being is in this shark's living room, and this shark looks to be about twice the size of this human being. And somehow, despite all of that, this guy and another dude fight this shark off. So now the shark is underwater. This is the tail. He's going in. He's probably attacked the surfboard. I imagine that's what the shark went. The shark probably didn't get a bite of him. The shark probably took a big, bite of the surfboard.
Get Fanning on the rankings.
And what I don't know what he's doing. He knows something's going on. Imagine what's going through his head right now. Oh my God.
You can see it.
Is he yelling at it? I mean, hey, get out of here. Do sharks have ears? Or is it vibrations? It's like dolphins. I don't know what's going on with sharks. I wouldn't know if yelling at them would work.
Splash. Oh. Holy shit. Excuse me.
All right, so there you go, man. What an incredible thing. Like I said, that apparently happened 10 years ago. I never heard of it before. I did not know that was I would think, having done shows like this for a period of time, you would think that I would have come across that story. That's a pretty crazy good story. All right. All right. So this is what I've been kind of waiting to do here today. So here in the Chicagoland area, we got this story that's happening, and it's a fun one. It's not. We got a whole bunch of stories happening. Most of them are sad. Most of them are sad and upsetting. This one is just creepy. This one is, well, it's frustrating because it doesn't seem like anybody is doing anything to answer any questions. So Plainfield is a suburb, southwest suburb of Chicago. We call it the boonies. It's out there in the boonies, although it's very nice. It's very nice. It's wealthy. You gotta be rich. You want to live out there. Although it used to be a farm community, but now it's all McMansions and fake lakes and houses on lakes. And it's Plainfield. It's very beautiful. If you go to YouTube and you put in, or Google and you put in Plainfield, you're gonna learn about the Plainfield tornado from 1980. It wiped out the whole town. It's okay. The developers came in and built McMansions, and now it's hey, the tornado saved them a lot of money. The insurance companies picked up the tab for a lot of the leveling that needed to be done in Plainfield to turn it into the upwardly mobile rich people suburb that it is today. But there are still some old farmhouses spread out in this area of Plainfield. As you see all the time, I mean, hell, out by me, where I'm staying at my mom's place, there's within a half mile, there are a number of abandoned homes that were once farmhouses. and they just sit on the land that they've been sitting on for 200 years and nobody's lived there since 1968. And, you know, it's all broken down. Whatever. These things exist in America. Sometimes people just don't tear them down. I'll tell you, when that land becomes, you know, part of a new development, they'll tear it down. But so is the case in Plainfield. There is this house. No one has lived there, I think, since 2005 or something. I don't know. We might get that changed. No one's lived there in a while. It's a condemned, abandoned home in Plainfield. Somebody a couple of days ago was driving by the house and they noticed that there was a working porch light on this house and that the porch light was going on and off, on and off, on and off. And they thought it was weird. So then they went by, you know, they didn't think anything of it. And this house is supposed to be abandoned. I don't know what that is. The next night they come by and it's the same thing. They're like, this is weird. Like, why? That house is always abandoned. What is going on here? And why is that light suddenly working? Why is there even a working light? There should be no electricity in this house. It's abandoned. And then the person realized that the pattern that the lights were being turned on and off were an SOS. Somebody's in the house. Somebody's in the house. Somebody's trapped in the house. Somebody's in the basement of that house. The person who is closest to the last owner of the home is a young woman. I think she's like in her 30s. She hasn't lived there. It's the house she grew up in. It was her parents' house and all that. She hasn't lived there in years. She's moved on. She's got her own life. But they asked her about the house and she's like, yeah, it's abandoned. Nobody lives there. Do with it what you want. And they said, why is there a working light? She said, there shouldn't be a working light. There's nobody's paying an electric bill there. So apparently for the last week, now a whole bunch of people are out there every night filming this house with the SOS light, and they're all just standing there going, should we do something? The police have been called. The police show up every fucking night. And they're like, they walk around the perimeter of the house and they stare at the light as it's blinking SOS, and they just fucking walk around. And they go, nothing we can do. Doesn't look like we can't see. We look through the windows. Looks like an abandoned house. And the woman who used to live in the house, she's like, well, there's a basement. And there is a light switch in the basement for what used to be the front porch light. But the cops can't look in the basement because they don't have a warrant. So it's now been a week. It's been a week of this house flashing SOS and people going, is there anything that we can do? Somebody needs to kick in that fucking door. And that's basically what a lot of us are wanting to do. All right. So here's the story. Let me see if we can find the story here. Show you the video. I don't know if this is going to be the good video. This comes to us from NBC5. This is from yesterday. Creepy. Where mysterious lights flashing SOS at abandoned suburban home. Police respond and do absolutely nothing. Video posted to TikTok on Sunday showed the home in Plainfield with a porch light flashing, and what the poster said resembled Morse code. Code for SOS. 3 short flickers, 3 long flickers, and 3 short flickers. What's going on? Is somebody controlling this remotely? Is there like somebody in like the next subdivision? Because it's not. Plainfield is built up. So this house does look to be sort of in the middle of nowhere. Oh, there. Are we looking at it? I don't know if this video is the good video. Well, why not? All right, why not? Let's just watch it. All right, so here's one angle. Yeah, this is one video from the back. Okay. So you see that's an abandoned house, and you can see the light is flickering. Okay. Oh, do we have sound? No sound. Okay. I mean, people are kind of freaked out. There's not supposed to be anybody at this house, and the police can't go into the house because they don't have permission to. And so somebody, as the person who lived in the house last said, there's a basement with a light switch. If somebody is trapped in the basement of this house, nobody can do anything because what? Because watch it be like something horrible happening here. All right, so let's get rid of that. There's a better video. There's better video. That's just from the NBC story. Let's see. It says a mysterious scene at an abandoned suburban Chicago home has raised concerns after a viral video appeared to show. Let me show you the real video. Is this a good one? Let's see what this one is. All right. Ugh, they're gonna make me sign into TikTok. Oh, did it work? Did that work? It did not work. Okay. Hold on. We'll leave this. I know I got one good video. I think here's good video. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is a woman who explains it. This is another video. There's a whole bunch of video. Like I said, a whole bunch of people are going out there now at night. And they're, you know, I don't know what they're doing, but that's not her. Okay. We're going to stop sharing that. Sorry, guys. I got like 5 different things going on at once. We're going to keep that. We're going to keep this. We're going to go here. All right. Here we go. Let's watch the video. Here's a woman on TikTok who's talking about it. Like I said, a lot of people are. All right. I'm close to Plainfield. It's a little freaky. It's just a little weird.
Something weird is happening in Plainfield, Illinois. 3 days ago, someone was driving by and noticed that the front porch light was blinking and realized it was an SOS signal. Not only is this property very much abandoned, but they weren't the only person who saw the SOS.
So I want to show that because I like this view of it. This is the view driving straight in front of the house. This is a straight up view of the porch light of the abandoned house that isn't even supposed to have electricity, but is in some people's view flashing SOS every night when the lights go out.
Was blinking and realized it was an SOS signal. Not only is this property very much abandoned, but they weren't the only person who saw the SOS signal.
Plainfield, Illinois front and back porch lights were flashing SOS. I called 911 twice. Officers said they checked but didn't see or hear anything and wouldn't go back. 20 minutes later the lights still flashing and it sounded like someone was calling for help. Stay safe and alert.
All right, so that's some TikTok bullshit. That's and it sounded like somebody was screaming, oh, fuck you. All right, what we know is that there are lights that are flashing. Shut your mouth. You don't need to lead us down a path. We're already confused. It's a mystery. Don't add bullshit to make us, think that it's what you want us to think, which is that there's a kid trapped in there or something. But holy shit.
Even see in the neighbor's video, this little white light right here, that's not the flashing light. The flashing light's like right here on the porch. This appears to be a police officer checking it out. When the neighbor followed up with police, they said they found nothing suspicious, except that the following night, someone was still flashing SOS. It has now been 3 nights, and this house is repeatedly having SOS signals being flashed via the front porch light. The woman whose parents lived here before it was abandoned back in 2020 is speaking out. She explains that
this woman was on a morning radio show here in Chicago, so I heard her talking about it. And she has no answers other than she can confirm that there is a basement. There is a cellar section of the basement, and that there is a light switch that controls the front and back porch lights from the basement. She described it as right at the bottom of the basement stairs.
this house also has a basement, and then explains the layout of the house. Because guess what? Sheriff's office keeps getting called to this house, but all they're doing is checking the perimeter. A single officer has gone inside of the house to see if there is someone being held in the house, someone who is in trouble.
Why can't they go in? Isn't a light flashing in a house that isn't supposed to have anybody in there? Isn't that a reasonable? Come on, man. We're not really paying attention to the Constitution anymore. Officer, kick the fucking door in. Just go inside. Honestly.
Why are these lights flashing SOS for 3 nights in a row now? NBC has even
By the way, it's 6 nights in a row. Well, tonight will be the 6th night.
reached out to the local police department trying to figure out what is going on, and their response has been they've checked the perimeter and everything looks secure. If someone is being held in this house, they have been in there for at least 3 days.
At least 6
signaling
days.
for help. We now know that not only has this house been abandoned since 2020, it also has a basement.
All right, there you have it. That's something we're dealing with here in the Chicago area. Why can't we get an answer? I realize it's something we've all been stirred up on because of TikTok. We're all a bunch of dummies. We saw this on TikTok. We're like, hey, I know where Plainfield is. And now everybody's all upset. but there's a lot of people that going out there every night. And, not me. Again, that's a young man's game, that doing that kind of shit. Dude, you want to go and stand out in 5-degree temperatures tonight at 10 o'clock on an abandoned house in the middle of nowhere, Plainfield? No, I'm going to pass. I'm going to pass on that. Don't know if you heard, I am balls deep in a Mayor of Kingstown binge watch. I cannot be hanging out in front of ghost houses or whatever the hell. Yeah. I don't know. All right. Let's see. What else do we have here? Guys, we've run through a lot. Look at us. We're coming up on 4 hours. 4 hours of show today. Can't say I don't leave it all on the table for you. Guy performed for you. One more time, we'd like to thank our executive producer of today's show. He is, of course, the always present and the always accounted for, Peter the Great. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate you. I really do appreciate it. I don't mean to be like, it's like, yeah, I appreciate you. No, thank you, man. Thank you to everybody who helps make this show possible with your tips throughout the month. We're coming to the end of the month. We got saved last month. We got saved and we're back to zero, and some of you have helped, and thank you so much. Appreciate you. We do this every day at noon. The last thing that I want to share with you is a bit of an indulgence. So if you want to get the fuck out, you can get the fuck out now. It's okay, but I'm still going to be talking about something here that means a lot to me, and that is, of course, Bruce Springsteen. I love that. Well, what better example of my undying Americanism than the fact that Bruce Springsteen is my favorite artist. I see Bruce Springsteen as more of a poet, writer, that kind of thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like what he does with his words. The E Street Band is the greatest bar band in the history of rock and roll. That is a tight unit of absolute masters at their instruments, and they know they're just great. The other day, there was a really cool thing that was going around on Twitter, and it was a picture of a 30-something Mick Jagger and a 30-something Keith Richards. And it's a picture of them, and they're playing guitars together backstage somewhere, like they're tuning up or something before a show. And the headline of it said, what was the headline? Could you imagine spending 60 years doing nothing but hanging out with your best friend? And it's Keith Richards and Mick Jagger. How cool is that? What a nice notion, right? So Stevie Van Zandt from the E Street Band, he subtweeted and then retweeted, I in fact can imagine that, which is so cool. Because Stevie's been with Bruce like all the way back. Anyway, it was very cool. I can highly recommend the Bruce Springsteen movie. It took me a while to get up the nerve to watch it because I was afraid I wouldn't like it. And, there is a story to be told about Bruce's childhood and where he came from and how he sort of became the man that he is. And I think that he's a great man. I think he's a great poet. I think that he is a empathetic sort. I think he's a good guy. I also think he's a little damaged. And anybody that listens to some of the darkness in his poetry, man, you can be like, whoa, he's been through some shit. The movie illuminated a little bit of that about his troubled relationship with his father growing up. But other than that, he had a really nice childhood, and his mother was an absolute fucking queen of a woman, and he had brothers and sisters. But more to the point, I carry water for Bruce Springsteen because he has demonstrated to me over the course of 40 years of my fandom that he's a good person, that he's a good dude. He's a decent dude. He's in that Bill Murray fucking, who's the other guy? Dave Grohl kind of category of celebrities where you hear all of these stories about just random citizens who are like, yeah, I ended up going to dinner with Bruce Springsteen. It's like, wait a second, you fix air conditionings for a living. How did you end up going to dinner with Bruce Springsteen? Because he's, the greatest Bruce Springsteen story, my favorite one, is when he was recording at the studio in, the factory in New York City. And every day every day he would take a break from his recording at the factory, and he would go and he would sit down at this little coffee shop. It was like a little 3-table coffee shop with a little bar that was right next door. And he would sit in there and he'd work on his lyrics and all this kind of stuff. And he did it like every single day while he was recording this album. And there's a story about a waitress who waited on him, and she said something to him, my boyfriend loves you, and blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff. And so Bruce responded by telling her, bring your boyfriend here. When your boyfriend, tell your boyfriend to come down here. I come here at the same time every day. Bruce had lunch with this fucking dude every day for like a month. That's, a guy that's as big a celebrity as him. To be that thoughtful, to be that I sit here by myself, you bring your boyfriend down. You can come down, we'll have lunch. He's just a good person. He's also not a guy who's ever been afraid to let his politics show. Now, it was never a problem until recently. It used to be, yeah, he's smart, man. He's a rebel. He's really taking on Nixon with that. He wasn't overtly political, but people who were smart, people who liked his poetry, people who read the words, we absolutely, nobody's surprised. No big Bruce Springsteen fan is surprised when suddenly he writes a song about Minneapolis, which is what he's done and which is what we're going to listen to a little bit. One of my favorite Bruce Springsteen songs, and I think one of the most, I still get chills, is a song that he wrote after September 11th, The Rising. The Rising was supposed to be one of these later career songs, right? Oh, Bruce made a special song for September 11th. We're talking a good 15 years past, the Born in the USA or his major late 80s, 90s success. So it was sort of like, oh, okay. No, that is The Rising is one of my top 3 favorite Bruce Springsteen songs. It's incredible. And it was all about, now I guess that wasn't political because that was just all about the firemen and the police. And oh my God, if you can listen to that song and not at its conclusion go fucking run through a wall while waving an American flag, you are a fucking communist. Bruce Springsteen's The Rising is a great song. I still get chills. You got to listen to the words though. You got to listen to the words and you got to the imagery. Anyway, he's at it again. He apparently, this is, well, I guess when you're Bruce Springsteen and you have all of the technical equipment and all that shit that you need, you can turn around a song in 24 hours. So apparently he recorded this after the Alex Pretti situation that occurred in Minneapolis. Now, we're not going to play the whole song. We'll play a little bit of it. I don't know that I can play the whole song. But because I am such a fan of Bruce Springsteen, and I have told you that the reason that I love him is because of his words, he knows how to place words together that conjure up. Somebody once says, Bruce can say with 15 what it takes others to say with 50,000. Like these long drawn out speeches that you hear from people. Bruce Springsteen can do that in 15 words. He can just, and that's the power of great writers. That's the power of great poetry. I want to share a line with you here. I don't even know if we'll get to this line in the song. But this is from, and by the way, he curiously titled the song Streets of Minneapolis, of course, playing on his streets theme. He's got a lot of songs with streets in them. Streets of Philadelphia was a big hit for him. Streets, everything Springsteen is about the streets. East Street Band. So this song is called The Streets of Minneapolis. We're going to play a little bit of it, but I want to share you a line. And again, this line we'll probably not get to, but just listen to this line. They claimed it was self-defense, and don't believe your eyes. It's our blood and our bones with these whistles and these phones against Nome and Miller's lies. That's a fucking badass turn of a phrase. It's our blood and our bones with these whistles and phones. Fuck! Oh, that's fucking just, I think, incredibly well-written stuff. All right, let's give a little bit of a listen here. This is the new Bruce Springsteen song. It's called The Streets of Minneapolis. Again, lyrics are important. Hold on. I don't know that we have any. And also, let me just tell you, because I have listened to the entire song. I don't know if maybe after a couple more listens, it's in the style of Springsteen that I don't love. Bruce has a bunch of songs that are just him with an acoustic guitar kind of doing a Bob Dylan, Guthrie kind of folky kind of thing. And Ghost of Tom Joad, if you're familiar with that. I mean, it's good stuff. It's fine. But, I like the big E Street Band, the Wall of Sound, the Jersey Tidal Wave. I love that energy and stuff. So this is a bit more subdued. But again, the lyrics are great. And let's give it a quick listen. Streets of Minneapolis. This is Bruce Springsteen's new song that he put out. Don't worry, it's not going to do album sales because that doesn't count anymore, but it's about streams and all of that. So we'll check in on that. Here we go.
Through the winter's ice and cold, down Nicollet Avenue, a city of flame fought fire and ice neath an occupier's boots. King Trump's private army from the DHS, guns belted to their coats, came to Minneapolis to enforce the law, or so their story goes. Against smoke and rubber bullets in the dawn's early light, citizens stood for justice, their voices ringing through the night. And there were bloody footprints where mercy should have stood, and 2 dead left to die on snow-filled streets, Alex Pretti and Renee Good. Or Minneapolis, I hear your voice singing through the bloody mist. We'll take our stand for this land and the stranger in our midst. Here in our home they killed and roamed in the winter of 26. We'll remember the names of those who died on the streets of Minneapolis. Trump's federal thugs beat upon his face and his chest. Then we heard the gunshots and Alex Pretti lay in the snow dead. Their claim was self-defense, sir. Just don't believe your eyes. It's our blood and bones and these whistles and foams against Miller and Noam's dirty lies. Oh, Minneapolis, I hear your voice crying through the bloody mist. We'll remember the names of those who died on the streets of Minneapolis.
All right, there you go. So we don't need the harmonica solo and then all of those incredible musicians getting their couple of cents in. That's the new Springsteen song, Streets of Minneapolis. He isn't holding back. He's putting right out there exactly how he feels, and I am very pleased to see that once again, me and him, we're thinking pretty much the same way about all of this. That's why I love him. That's why I love him. He's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. All right. Smart guy in like a dumb package. Like, the thing about Bruce is that if you actually listen to what he says, it's quite insightful. But hey, it sounds like, it's got a bit of Stallone in him in the way that but all right, guys, that's going to do it. I love y'all. And we're going to have a good show tomorrow. Today was fun. Did a lot of stuff today. And now I begin the waiting game. That's right. That's what I do. I leave here and then it's just a waiting game until I get to come back and do it again tomorrow. Look at me doing 4-hour shows. 4-hour shows. 4-hour shows for free. 4-hour shows for free. To think I used to get paid handsomely to do 4-hour shows, and now look at me, love of the game. I'm out here trying. Once again, let's thank our executive producer of today's show, the incredible Peter the Great. Peter is always there when we need. He's there again this month. Thank you so much. How about you folks? Are you here this month? If you want to drop a little something to ensure that this kind of opposition talk, the kind of talk that's been happening every day at noon since 2021 continues, please support this kind of talk radio. Drop a little something either in the Venmo or the Cash App. Other than that, I love you guys. You guys are the best. We'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow at noon. Bye.